your information to the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon.
Okay. You want to know what's happening in Liberia? All you need to do is to tune to Spoon, because we've got all of the information that you need. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, and welcome to yet another edition of the Spoon Talk Show, your most favorite nighttime show in Liberia. So wherever you are and whatever you are doing, please invite someone to listen or view alongside you, because we've got a lot in store here for you. Let's now join Dr. Richardson to kickstart the show. Doc, welcome.
Nelson, hello. It's been a while since I saw you, almost a week now. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. How yourself?
Busy. I went back to school, so
Okay.
I was teaching 2 classes last night. So today is a little rough, after you talk for 6.5 hours. And and a series of meetings all day long. Is like, so today's a quiet day for me. I'm just getting acclimated to the day, but thank God I'm alive. Thank God I'm able to be here today. So what's new?
Well, Monrovia is good. We experienced a bit of rainfall earlier on this morning, but the weather was kind of friendly all day long. Yes, and I mean, just the political activities going on all over the place. As you may know, this is the campaign period, and everybody, all of the candidates are like going into the trenches, canvassing or campaigning to be elected comes October 10. So in respect to that, today the UP political leader, the standard bearer of the UP, Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boaka, visited various communities today in district number 17, and the reception was very, very huge. And he was able to speak to the citizens there, promising them a better Liberia, that his regime, or if he's elected president of this country, that he can improve or advance their living condition. According to him, their living condition currently is very, 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 very poor, and so there's a need for the current government to be changed. And he sees himself as the best person to bring about this change. So that message was preached in various communities today in district number 17, Montserrat County. by the UP presidential candidate. And
Mhm.
also, I yesterday during the CDC campaign, there was it was reported that one person died.
Oh,
Uh,
really?
yeah, in a tragic motor accident along the Somalia Draft road, and that accident, according to the Front Page Africa, was due to. I'm getting a feedback.
Never mind. It's me. It's me. It's me.
Okay,
I was
all right.
putting my other
Yeah.
device on.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So
Same.
that accident I understand was due to involve a tricycle keke and a motorbike colliding with a yellow bus belonging to the Invincible 11 Sports Association, and
Hmm.
it led to one death, and those involved in the accident, especially those who were on the back and those who were in on board a tricycle, they were all supporters of the CDC, who were heading to the ATS to form part of the campaign launch there on yesterday. But unfortunately, they couldn't continue their journey due to the accident. Several others, got injured as a result of that accident. And so today in Gatineausville, where this person was reported dead, we saw, several, sedations there, sympathizing with the deceased family. So far, so good. That's basically all from my end.
And that's so far so good. Where was Mr. Cummings today? Wasn't Mr. Cummings and Councillor Bronsky? Where were they today?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't follow.
They
Mr.
were,
Cummins'
yeah.
campaign activities. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Cummings and Councillor Bronsky they got a rousing welcome in Grand Cape Mount County. It was
Okay.
really good to see them there along the way. They spoke to the people. He went walking to the different areas, the markets. There's uh, there's a place where it's the old airfield. If you know Cape Mount, that area
Mm.
usually, uh, people make fish, dry the fish there. If you want to buy boni, that's where you go to that area. So he went to Rousport, they visited that area and stopped along the way and spoke to the people. Yesterday, I was listening to also Diamond, and he was just kind of you know, giving me hope for and like area like Cape Mount, how he talked about how beautiful it is. It is very beautiful. It's almost like I call it the eighth wonder of the world. They always say the seventh wonder of the world. I think Cape Mount will be the eighth wonder. You have the sea, you have the lake, you have the mountains, you have this like greenery. And Diamond was saying, which I do know, that it is one of the most desirable places for surfing. It's kind of the is rated very high for people who like to surf. And
Mm.
he was also saying that we could make that our Cancun of West Africa, a really resort area. So that is what Mr. Cummings wants to bring to Africa. I'm sure he was experiencing a lot of imagery of how beautiful, how that place could be a hub for tourism and a way to contribute to our economy, a way to give people jobs, in addition to the people who just make fish, dry fish. There could be options for them. You don't really have to just dry fish or just sit down, because Kipman used to be a booming town before, during the days
Yeah.
of my my grandfather. I was trying to think. My grandfather. It used to be a booming area, those days he used to take ship to Morovia. That's my father explained to me, and it was really a, a lit place. But nowadays, there's after the war, a lot of people left, and it's as a brain drain that occurred in the area. So it's not as energetic and vibrant as it used to be. So this is Mr. Cummings' vision for places like Cape Mount, uh, Sano, the places along the coastal land. They're beautiful. We only like 9-10 hours from New York, if you think about it. If you think
Mm.
about how many students can come for spring break to Liberia, if we make Liberia desirable. Like there used to be an airfield in Cape Mount. This is where during World War II, my dad told me that airplanes were landing in where I was put behind where I told you about. So why can't we make that little place? This is the dream, that's create an airport where people can arrive at Rosport and then take another hop to Cape Mount and spend the time relaxing, make it a tourist spot again, boom our economy. So those are the thoughts that's what Mr. Cummings wants to bring to Liberia. So thank you for not paying attention, but I hope next time you pay attention to it.
And that wasn't deliberate in a way.
Okay, I hear you.
Okay.
Maxwell, how you doing today?
Dr. Richardson, I am as wonderful as the day itself. I am peaceful as God has given me an opportunity. I'm grateful because the Liberian people are still looking for answers to the most fundamental question there is: what is leadership in Liberia? And
Mhm.
how do we find a leader to lead Liberia? I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be talking to Liberian people through Spoon TV on behalf of Dr. Clarence Muniba and Madam Grace Brown and the leadership of the Linus Party. I'm grateful to be a part of the young generation of Liberia, to be speaking to our people. I'm grateful to be a part of the post war generation that saw everything that happened in Liberia, and I'm able to express that to the Liberian people in a very factual way. I'm I'm grateful for the opportunity to represent Dr. Moniba because he makes very uh, sure that everybody else that's representing him are very up to date and up to standard. I'm grateful for being a part of the opposition to George Weah because I know that he is unable to lead Liberia. I know that he is incapable of leading the country. I know that he's always trying to offload his failures on others instead of taking responsibilities. I know that he lacks the the ability to take responsibilities, even in the face of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs saga of the diplomatic passport. Once again, under his administration,
Mhm.
I know that there are people in his government that lack the ability to be responsible for their duties and take full responsibility for the mistakes they have made. I know that Dr. Moniba understands these things, and he has amassed a great deal of the silent majority that are now behind him, that strong wind pushing him. And I'm grateful to Ambassador Balu for bringing that to the reality of the attention of Unity Party because they've always been in denial of that. Because I try to convince them of that, to make them understand that, to make them see that. And I'm grateful that they are now understanding that youth washing, as the party has been doing recently, is not in the best favor of the United Party because you can be having a bunch of old people in the background making decisions and then throwing the young people in front, acting like they can make decisions in the party. The question I ask Liberian people today is: do you think people like Mo Ali was part of the decision of Prince Johnson being a part of the United Party?
That's a good
So
question.
these are fundamental questions to ask
Yeah,
Liberian people at the beginning.
that is a good question. So there's two things that sort of came up to me while you were talking. I'm really happy to have you here with me, Mr. Maxwell Prince, serving as a panelist. In as much as we don't share the same, you know, views in terms of our political candidates, but I think having you here challenge me. You make me more competitive. You make me, though I want my candidate to win, you make me listen to you more to see how I can, how my candidate can be a better candidate. I don't feel threatened by you at all. I believe that this is a competition. I'm never going to come here and say It's done. It's over with. No matter how many crowd or whatever I see, because I believe in the process of democracy. I believe it's an ideas of competition. May the best person win. May the best person who resonate with the people win. So thank you for being here. Thank you for talking about Dr. Mr. Moneba. Thank Dr. Moneba. Thank you for talking about him. The second thing that sort of came up to my mind was, I didn't get an opportunity, I don't believe, to share my reflection on um, Senator Balu when he was here. You just brought that thought up for me. There's something about Senator Balu. I'm sure he's listening that I don't get. I'm not getting it. And when I asked him about his contribution as senator to Maryland County, he stuttered a little bit, and he said, "Well, I built public offices, a building. We renovated those things," and he also said that he contributed to the University of Tubman University in Maryland. And then when I kind of pressed a little bit, he said, "Oh, through the budget." He kind of snuck that in, through the budget. So there was something about his explanation wasn't gelling for me. It wasn't making sense to me. And people like Senator Balu comes and speak to the Liberian people. I expect them to have a lot to offer, but it didn't seem the offer to me was, "I support JMB," which is fine. It's his right to support JMB. But you serve as a senator. What did you do? And you get upset when people talk about the bogus agreement. It touches him it's like irritating to him. But it wasn't. People didn't look out in the best interest for the Liberian people when they were signing those concession agreements. That is the fact.
Dr. Richardson, you are spot on. I don't want, you can go on, I can just leave, you can go on, and you'll always be right. Number one, let me be clear. I said it last time, and I'll say it again. Let the Liberian people not be fooled by the many conversation that's been held. Mr. Cummings is a formidable candidate. And in Leno, we respect Mr. Cummings because he brings the best to the table, and he makes us bring the best to the table. And while we are bringing the best to the table, we force him to bring the best to the table.
Yes.
At no point in our discussion, I'm going to criticize, personally, I'm going to criticize Mr. Cummings. I'm going to criticize Mr. Cummings based on his policies.
Yes.
Because I'm going to dig in. I'm going to use every tool I have to dig in. But when it comes to the personality of the individual, Mr. Cummings is a good individual. He's a good man. He's a good man. He's a respectable individual. He's worked hard for himself. And we in Lynn will respect people like that who've worked hard for themselves. Honest living, has a family. He has people around him. He has a good track record. We respect that. So at no point I'm going to go against that, because that's the kind of individuals we're looking for. Those are the kind of individuals we're looking for in Liberian society. But when it comes to leading Liberia at this moment, is where I differ. And I differ based on his policies, not based on the fact that he lacks the ability to lead.
Fair enough.
I disagree, because right now where we are, the silent majority of Liberia have overwhelmingly decided that they want to change in administration. They want to change in society. They want to change in our culture of politics. And that change, we see it now flowing in the direction of Dr. Moneba. Whether I sit here on this Spoon TV and make that position and make that argument, whether or not I do that, it is already happening at the ground level. Now, does that mean that Mr. Cummings is not making gains himself? Does that mean that Mr. Cummings is not being progressive? Does that mean that Mr. Cummings is not engaging Liberian people? That's not true. He is engaging Liberian people, but he is doing what he has to do in terms of the campaign, right? And I think that is the message that I want Liberian people to know about. What I don't like is when people come on air and try to create derogatory positions of candidates. Now, I do respect His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boyka. I do respect, as I said to many people, almost everybody around Joseph Yuma Boyka, I know them. I've worked with them professionally. They have worked with me professionally, and they understand my position. But I disagree with Joseph Yuma Boyka. Not only do I disagree with the current position of where Liberia is, I also disagree in terms of the track record of politics that he's practiced
Agree.
over the years.
Agree.
From 2017 to now, if
Absolutely.
you look deeply and you analyzed and you try to analyze Mr. Boyka's position and the United Party's position, you realize there's an inconsistency in
I
their
agree.
behavior.
I agree.
And it is that inconsistency that they want to hush to everybody on. And I refuse to be hushed because it is that hush that we've kept for so long that dragged Liberia into a 14-year civil war. It is
Absolutely.
that hush that we kept for so long that dragged Liberia into the economic mess that we have today.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be harsh because the silent majority is not, they're not harsh about it. They're expressive. For case in point, you look at the entire southeast
Yeah.
right now, it's
Yeah.
out of roads. Go ahead,
Yes.
Doctor. Go ahead, Dr. Fee.
No, I was just gonna say, your point is well taken, and I think that we need to stick with the policies, and it's okay to defer. This is what intellectuals do, or people who have, good ideas to promote in Liberia. It is not about, you know, what you look like, or what you wear, or who you with. It is what you bring to Liberia, and that's what I'm gonna stick with. Um, I and it's not enough of, I'm so confident in myself. I'm so firm in myself. So not enough of what everybody says and what everybody running to, or what the majority of the people are doing is enough to convince me. I still convicted to my truth, and my truth is Mr. Cummings has a better policy to lead Liberia, and it's not that your candidate, Dr. Maniba, or I actually think Vice President Buckeye does not have any policy at all to lead Liberia. That's how I feel. I feel like Mr. Dr. Maniba, Dr. Gongo, Mr. Gongo, I'm sorry, Mr. Cummings, they all can offer something to Liberia in different ways. Okay, maybe perhaps different times too. And like you, when I look at the history of Mr. Buckeye and what he has to say. Just recently in his interview, there was some inconsistency there in terms of him saying that he was not asked to engage in certain political task, and we know that that's not true. We know that it's Martina Wisa came on Truth FM the following week, and she said, as director of the cabinet, Mr. Buckeye, Vice President Buckeye, was there almost for every meeting except when Madam Salif sent him, to represent her in another country. And the type of government that she ran, Miss Martina Wisa said, the type of government that she ran was she was always soliciting opinions from other people. Though the buck stopped with her, she made the final decision, but there was not a meeting where she didn't solicit opinions from other people. So there was a little bit of disconnect, between what he was saying and what the reality was for me. There was some incongruency that sort of was existing. The same way that I feel, people say Mr. Balu is a Liberian citizen. He has the right to support whoever he support, who he supports. And I'm not. That doesn't bother me that he supports whoever he supports. What bothers me is what he said and what he did for Liberia. Are they consistent? Is it matching up? And again, when someone asks, well, what are you and Prince, Dr. Richardson and Maxwell doing for the Republic of Liberia? Prince and I are just panelists on the show. The fact that we take our time 3 hours is even enough, a day. So I'm not an elected position. I don't get paid by the taxpayer. This is what we should be concerned about. We should be concerned about the taxpayers' money. So for all of you guys,
Permit me to give a little bit of deep dive into Ambassador Balu. I mean, I will say this to you, Dr. Richardson. I do not know Ambassador Balu personally. I know him professionally. Ambassador Balu and I have never sat on a table at a table personally. but we have sat at a table professionally. Maybe people need to understand that about Liberia. And people need to understand that about people who work in government or work outside of government. There are two ways you have to do it. You either be some personal with someone or you be professional with someone. And in my entire career, I have been professional with Ambassador Balu. I will say this: Ambassador Balu is an outstanding Liberian. He's an outstanding Liberian. He's a consummate Liberian, so to speak. And that's my opinion. I think that his response to you was sacrosanct in the fact that he tried to give you, in fact, he tried to give us, not just you, he tried to give us an understanding of public service. A lot of people were asking on the day Ambassador Ballard was present when he was giving his position, why Maxwell is quiet. Today, Maxwell is in classroom. What people fail to understand, when people like Ambassador Balu decide to speak, you listen to analyze what he's saying. You don't interrupt, because that is the kind of environment that we develop, right? I agree with you. There are some contradictions in what he said, but let me just be. I don't want to seem as I'm being protective of him, but I want to be factual. When he said that I didn't do things personally, that was not true. He's playing the Robin Hood position when he said he didn't do things personally. He did things personally. I do agree with that. Most politicians in Liberia will end up doing things personally for people, but some of them want to use that as a mantra. Ambassador Balud, in the position that he established, he never wanted to do that. So he changed the conversation to say, I did things based on the budget, which means I was a public servant. And everything that was given to me was budgetary allocation for public service. And I think he was absolutely right. Because what we see now in Liberia is this personalization of public service. In the case of Sir Joseph and all the other individuals, they are using the budget and or budget allocation for their personal gains. And they are using that to enjoy the idea of saying, I did this, I did that. Now, Dr. Richardson, I do agree with you. Ambassador Balu may not have done everything that you would have expected him to do in the capacity of a senator in Maryland County. Now, you can analyze that.
I don't mean to cut you off. So usually while I'm watching the show, like, people are sending us messages. People are sending us information, and I tend not to speak about it because I want to authenticate what I'm hearing to make sure. So after the show, I spoke to a few people from Maryland, and they gave me the whole history of Senator Balu. How he was, they even told me about the person who I spoke to happened to be very close to him. And, they told me his origin in terms of his father and mother and, hence his appearance. And then they told me that he built it was kind of like a rest spot in Maryland. He was one of the few person who built that rest spot, speaking about how we contribute now to the county. So, and what they said was, after after he lost the election, he rented the rest spot out to an NGO, and it was not kept up as when he was senator. So again, we kind of spoke volume to me about the contribution that he made, and no, he did not singly, like you said. I think it was through he said through the budget. Now, one thing I didn't go back to check in the budget what was specific for Maryland University, what was specific for public buildings in the budget, or for Maryland as a whole. I have not done that yet because of course never had the time to. So that's what I'm talking about. And I knew the president of Maryland University. Actually, she's the only other psychologist Liberia has besides her. It's me, and I think I just graduated another Liberian psychologist by the name of Dr. Richard Pay. I was actually on his dissertation committee. So there's about 3 of us the country has, and actually there's another one who's a neuropsychologist, I believe, Wilma Red Daughter. Work. So I know who she graduated from, Columbia. I know her, So we talked about how I struggled to make Tubman University class
a preeminent university in Liberia. Yeah.
before she left, and then Dr. Wonke took over, I believe.
Yeah.
After. Yeah. So I kind of got some historical pieces about
Yeah.
Dr. Ballou that wasn't compelling and convincing to me. So okay, I respect your view. You're a diplomat. You guys work in the same circle, in the same area.
Not only as a diplomat. I'm trying to, you see, like I said, right? What we are, okay, Dr. Richardson.
I know
one thing that is lacking in Liberia is data.
Correct.
Right? Information generation is lacking. Hence, we do have politicians can say anything and say, I did this. Yes. And there's no way to really fact check that.
You're right. And it's all anecdotal information we get.
Yeah. And the reason why I appreciate what he said was, he said, I did what I did budgetarily. So it means what he's telling me is go and fact check it, because the budget can be fact checked.
I will.
You see that? The budget can be fact checked. So that's and it is based upon that spearhead information that I can say to Ambassador Ballou, I respect you. If he had said to me, oh, I did it personally, or I did this, it would have been difficult to go, number one, to trace the development financially to see whether he's actually did it himself, to have gone to the individuals who were contracted to do it because maybe the companies don't even exist anymore, right? But when you say it's budgetary, it means that I can go and check it with PPCC, I can go and check it with the budget itself, I can check it all the way back to the day that contract or that project worked. So he did us a service by saying, I did it budgetarily. And that's where I respect him from. Yeah. And one thing I realized of him is he was very clear and very precise about demographic shift. That's number one. He was very respectful, he was very understanding to the position of Dr. Moniba and how he has entrenched himself within the youth of the country. Not only that, he was also respectful of Mr. Cummings.
Yes, he was.
And what he brings to the table.
Yes, no, he was. He didn't denigrate.
But one thing, but one in all the other political, all the other opposition political parties, including Mr. Gonglo and everybody else.
Yes, he was.
But what he struck on that day was a duality that exists within the United Party, right?
Yeah, he didn't acknowledge that.
He was able to show us that within the United Party there is a small set of deeply rooted Unity Party partisans who do not agree with the predominant position of the Unity Party at this moment, that there must be divergence at all costs in order to brace the new leadership of the Unity Party. Ambassador Ballou's position is a unified big tent position, that whatever failure of the past is still Unity Parties, and whatever success of the past is still Unity Parties. So you cannot diverge the two.
I'm not sure if I got that sense from him, because I know you brought that up. You talk about the duality in Unity Party.
Yeah.
And I which I know exists right now. You and I know exists right now. In fact, when Mrs. Madina Wise was talking, she said one time there was a point where Joseph Boakai, Vice President Boakai, distanced himself from the
definitely.
Yes. And I think that was the era when the party was becoming different. It was kind of falling. It was beginning that duality in the party.
Mm-hmm.
People don't want to realize that, but you asked that question, and I realized that as well. So I think that was happening in the party, and I think he wanted to keep a unity, kind of like a unified party. So I sense that in him as well.
And if you go back to the history of Ambassador Ballou's position, this is not only Ambassador Ballou's position. There are other key members of the Unity Party, like Madina Wise and everybody else. That's the position. But yes. they are swamped by the current prevailing position of the Unity Party. And what do we see in there? Because the Unity Party is still trying to establish a ground game in their position, mm-hmm. They are looking for new political players that can cement that position for them. Case in point, We see the introduction of Henry Costa and Ben Nayuri
True.
within that framework.
True.
When that did not work out, we see an immediate disengagement of that, but then a consolidation of another, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the United Party right now is still trying to find its footing. It is still trying to find its
I
messaging.
agree with you.
It is still trying to find a narrative. The only narrative the United Party has right now is the fact that people must respect Ambassador Boycott because he served Liberia. And that means he can serve in the presidency.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's no substantiality of Ambassador Boycott's position. Case in point, since Ambassador Boycott became the vice president and since he left the vice presidentship, Ambassador Boycott has never been international. He's never taken his agriculture policy international. He's never been ECOWAS. ECOWAS has never appointed him as maybe for example, on a committee of permanent individuals where they can go around the continent or within the sub-region for peace missions and everything else. No, that has not happened. As a matter of fact, he may his soul rest in peace. The great Claudius Amos Sawyer took that position. He was the one moving within the sub-region, engaging with our sub-regional partners, building Liberia reputation, but it wasn't Ambassador Boycott. If any United Party person can come up right now and tell me Ambassador Boycott served on this ECOWAS committee to do this, to do that, after, post his vice presidentship, bring the evidence. That never happened. So what we see is the domestication of Ambassador Boycott's position, not the internalization of it. So the question I always ask everybody else, if he is to be a leader, why is it within a 6 years period where when George Weah was president, why hasn't he, Mr. Boycott, extended his position on agriculture, whether it is women's rights, whether it is child rights, within a sub-region, to engage ECOWAS and say, let's do this. I'm here. I don't have a job anymore. I want to work. Why?
Prince, I agree with you. I believe that at this point, we need to have a good balance between our domestic and international relations in order for growth to occur in our country. And we need to have a leader who's able to connect, negotiate, understand the geopolitics of the world. If, like you said, somebody who, after they became vice president, didn't seemingly keep up with the international engagement, then perhaps, how is this person going to do it when they're in power? I think that's a good question. Even domestically, what did we see happening domestically? How did he engage Liberians domestically is also questionable. So, Stanton, I want to turn the show over to you. So I want to just welcome everybody, share the show, enjoy the show.
Why? Why are you turning it over to me? Because you and Max were tired gossiping about us. You and Max were making your case on a weak level. You saw me. You saw Tualo. Now you scared. You turning it over to me.
Scared of what?
You scared of me? Don't be afraid of me. Even President Weah in front of me.
Oh, definitely. That's true. He's afraid of you.
A lot of stuff about me. So,
it's true. He's afraid of you. Yeah. I agree on that.
They're calling all over. Stanton is involved into our politics. Y'all call Florida. Y'all do this. And I just sit there and laugh at them. Bunch of nincompoop. How you getting a good heaven you're going to be calling people? You don't even know your own constitution. How will you understand the American Constitution? If you have a government, if you have a government, or someone that is so inclined to knowledge and wisdom, Solomon said, above all, grant me wisdom to lead my people. Solomon didn't say, grant me NSCXO. Solomon didn't say, give me Samuel 12 to give me words that I cannot understand. Solomon didn't say, oh yeah, give me Nathaniel McGill to run. Ask President George Manuel Weah when he said he's a bio medicine, how much did the government pay on a 1 kilometer road? Ask him. I guarantee you he doesn't know. Ask him the budget for JFK. I guarantee you he doesn't know. He will say to Samuel Twe. Ask President George Manuel Weah exactly. The wire fee he always talking about. How much for a 12 grader wires fee? He doesn't know. Just ask the president, your last investment. How well did you negotiate? They talk about we must do this nonsense called something when they went to Saudi Arabia or somewhere, the UAE, somewhere, and they talk about let's go ahead and sell some of our good green energy. Who negotiated on behalf of Liberia when they came back and they were boasting about 50 million or 50 billion?
Blue carbon.
50 billion.
Blue carbon.
Blue carbon. Who in the good heaven negotiated for Liberian people? What person we were drinking and having sex with his girlfriends that he took with him? Come on, how can we sit over here to have such a precedent? He's empty. Liberians are regretting. They are regretting, Prince Maxwell. Liberians are putting their hands on their head. So when I see you and Dr. Richardson, when I see the CPP and the Linum fighting, Tewon Gonglo and Unity Party and all the political party in the opposition, you are doing the work of President George Manuel Weah. You are.
No,
You are elevating. No. You say you get rid of me. Let me talk about 2 minutes now. You say, what's on my mind? Because I came on the show, I'm grieving, but I will put energy in myself. Because we must do everything to help our fellow Liberians. You get a Munya president, a Buka Denso president. The man that his citizen died and he dancing zombie dance. He dancing to zombie song. How can you, how in your own right mind? The people need to understand that you say you help me, you make me win. I am the winner. Yeah, you give me your vote. 6 years. 6 years. You refuse to go to the Western Cluster. 6 years. You didn't. Bombing. 6 years. Cape Man. 6 years. Babalu. 6 years. You refuse to put your foot. In the 3 counties, none of them hold up a ministerial position. Prince Maxwell, 6 years. You rejected the people. You abandoned the people. 6 years. Your minister stealing and taking the money to you. 6 years. Liberia National Police, the allegation that he stole money. 6 years. Who did you reshuffle for? Who did you fire for stealing? Who? Even the American came to help you. And you refused the offer, Mr. President. The American gave you the document and said, we are placing Nathaniel Magay on sanction. We are placing Betwawe on sanction. We're going to place Serena Cephas on sanction. What did you do, Mr. President? You took them in your compound. You told them, so you'll run on the CDC ticket. We're here for America. Who is America? You turn your back on the Liberian people because, Mr. President, your hands is in the cookies jar. And you want us to sit down here and celebrate you. Celebrate you what? Listen, what you did yesterday was a farewell message to your supporters. What you did yesterday by giving them t-shirts and hats and everything, what's your farewell message? Because you will not be re-elected. The Liberian people are resolved. You'll be a one-term president. They will reject you. If you think Samuel Twe is the best finance minister, put him back on the campaign trail. Let him laugh. Let him lie to the Liberian. Put him back. I dare you to put Samuel Twe back. Don't tell me to slow down, Prince. Don't tell me to slow down. I dare George Manuel Weah to put Samuel Twe back. The first time Dualu they put Samuel Twe, what Samuel Twe say? We say electricity to Ivory Coast. What kind of nonsense? And George Manuel Weah believe it. Put him back. What we couldn't see Samuel Twe speaking? Put him back. And he's your best finance minister because all he does is give you money. I don't want to use the word somebody use because it's not good for our
Don't
public.
use it. Don't use it. Don't use it. I told you already to slow down. You don't want to slow down.
Listen,
Don't use
I
it.
don't want because the thing that you see here and there, you will never. I'm a Christian. I will never call the word Samana Swan. I will not call that word. I don't want to use it. It's not a good word. Why will you come on national show? You say Samana Swan. Don't do that. You cannot use that. But I will say this to all my fellow Liberians. Are you better off today than 6 years ago? If you can answer this question, and before you do, look around your environment. Look at your children. Look at your living condition. How many times do you go and stay on the road to catch keke? People die on motorbike. Like my little niece, yesterday she passed away. How many times are you trying your best to go to school to learn something? And you go to school for 1 week and the next week and the next week, and guess what happened? And school closed. You got to take your own chair in the classroom. Look around you. How many times a day do you eat? Look around you. How many times have you called America to beg for money? Look around you. How many jobs have been offered to you by President George Manawia? Look around you. I beg you, take a look. Just look around you. Look at your neighbors. How many times have you called and begged and begged and begged, and somebody said, give me your SendWave number? Take a look around you. Just take a look around. Is this the living condition you want to continue with? That's what George Manawia said, give me 6 more years. Because he paid wise fee $60. Because he gave you $60 for 12 years. Your parents suffered and you went to school. You hustle here and there. And Joe will only gave you $60 for wire fee. Is that what you are asking? That yes, indeed, you must re-elect him because of wire fee? So the next 6 years, the wire fee again. But you know what? That is what on my mind, Dr. Richardson. I must give the chance. Today will be a powerful show. Today will be a wonderful show. We ask you to invite your children, because you know why? Right now, you're sitting over there. Your son and your daughter sick. You cannot take them to hospital that they will see the pediatrician. Someone only specializes in children. You take them to the hospital, they see only one doctor. The doctor that's seeing your mom, your grandma, your grandpa, that the same doctor seeing your children. No. It doesn't work like that.
Yep.
You tell Joe, we'll let him go to the southeastern part of the country now. Ain't your bio medicine man? He sit down and running his mouth that chichi pole. He sit down and talking tabata. You tell him, let you go to the southeastern country. Let him go there. Let him go that part of the country.
That's a tell. Who made you Fesso?
No. They're not running him up. Instead of him working, it's dereliction of duty. That's exactly what's happening. He giving those. Let me pause. May God help us as we have a good show. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Let's hear from Dualu. Oh, why are you going there, Prinzo? Who's speaking?
No, I'm gonna just campaign. First of all, Dr. Prince, CEO, but most especially to the audience, welcome. It's gonna be a great show today. I was sitting there listening to Prince and Dr. Prince talking about Honorable Boykai and what he's done for the country, and I was just sitting going, how can we say the man has done nothing when the same people will proclaim that he's been in government for over 3,000 years? The only person that does have a record in this race is Honorable Boykai. Is that a record that anybody cannot substantiate? Prince, all we claim about we need statistics in the country. I believe that. I think you do. The agriculture ministry does have a statistics. The what you call it, the vice presidential position has statistics on Honorable Boykai. The information is there. There's so much. I believe you're being duplicitous when you were talking about Honorable Boykai has absolutely nothing to offer. And I enjoy Professor Lowry talk about when he came on the show. And I even enjoy Balu better when Balu came on the show. He explained the importance of having Honorable Boykai in these races. Look, we have to reset. And the only way to do that is somebody who understands why we are not resetting properly. It doesn't mean somebody else cannot do it, but I believe the best person properly suited to do this in this presence is Honorable Boykai. There is no argument to the contrary. He possesses literally every single thing, every single preparation we need, the proper pedigree to change this country. And we have to force this issue because we don't have any more time to waste. The time is now. I mean, I believe to some extent it's a foregone conclusion. The next president of the Republic of Liberia is Honorable Boakai. We just have to wait till, and I believe there's a huge possibility he could win this thing in the first round. People may say, oh, Dwala is a fast-fish idea, but I believe it's highly possible given what we're seeing across the country. Liberians are ready to move on for job creation. Listen to his plan, Prince. They are ready to move on for rural connectivity. They're ready to move on to eliminate a portion of illiteracy that's crippling this country. They're ready to move on for proper sanitation, to improve tourism, to improve infrastructure across the country. This is his plan. And I advise you go to joeboakai.com and listen to the rest of his plan. I give it back to you guys, man.
Dwalo, let me just come in quickly and say to you.
No, you have your 2 minutes. Don't be so quick.
Yeah.
Take your time.
Okay, great. If you have been following my position on Ambassador Boakai, I have said many times over that I respect the great. He's a great Liberian. I respect him very, very much because I worked with him and I worked for him and I worked alongside him. So there is no disrespect there. I do respect Ambassador Boakai. But as I said to you, it is within within each and every Liberian's position to hold Ambassador Boakai responsible because we didn't do that at the time George Weah was getting in office. We simply allowed George Weah to run on the whims of popularity and sympathy. And in this case, we're not going to do that because the silent majority of Liberia are clear on their position this time around. They want a clear scrutinization of each and every presidential candidate. They have done that with Dr. Moniba, and they have come up being pleased with what they have found in his policy, in his honesty, in his leadership, in his competence, and in his ability to lead Liberia. The silent majority that runs the country in every aspect of Liberia are now voicing out their position. I read the Spoon TV position from their journalist quote of many of the people that Dr. Moniba has engaged yesterday. Now, let's come back to the CDC. You know, I don't want people to think that when I come here, I don't talk about the CDC. I started to speak about the CDC and I gave my analysis about the CDC. And my analysis I give about the CDC is unfolding right before our eyes. I said there is a split within the CDC. As long as Eugene Nangwe is within the CDC as chairman, there's going to be a split. And now we see what a split is and the outcome of that split and the poor input of that split. But let me just go to an extent of that. The extension now is that CDC as a party do not know what their philosophical approach should be. Hence, they are riding on the idea or the idealism that red and blue caps will be their mantra. So what do we see now? We do not see a revival of the policy or condemnation of the first 6 years from President Weah that I didn't do well. What we see is a doubling down of that position that he did well, when there is absolutely nothing to account for. I'll give you an example. Many of the small group of young people now that are chasing George Weah, their parents who are working or their relatives that are working for civil service, working for the government, are not even expected to take pay for this month until maybe few weeks within this month. Their relatives who they used to go to ask for whatever school fees or whatever transportation they had, they're not even expected to get that. And that is to the level of the derogation of duty that Dr. Moniba has spoken about as it pertains to George Weah. George Weah, the simplest of responsibility to the country to make sure that civil servants pay every time is even too hard for him to do. So when I'm justifying why the Pro-Poor agenda has failed, because the Pro-Poor agenda key position or key achievement was to have had a consistency of on-time payment of civil servant and the promotion of capacity development in the country. That did not happen. Now we see that Dr. Moniba has come in and has made it absolutely clear to Liberian people that there is a failure in this. Now let's go back to the issue of economic development.
Keep it under 2 minutes now, Maxwell.
Yes. Yeah. So I can stop here for now and then we'll come back. But that's the point.
Yeah, thank you. Because I know we're going to dive into a lot of different talking points here because it is important for the Liberian people to make the case should President George Weah be re-elected and why. I mean, listen, you can talk about your candidate though, because everything, if he's not re-elected, the opposition win. Whether it's Cummings or Joe Blackard or Mr. Dr. Clarence Modiba, the opposition win or Tewan Gonglo. But should President, does he deserve re-election? You say, what have he done? Liberians listen to us all over the country right now. What have President Weah done? Does he deserve your vote? Again, that Dr. Richardson, I know you spoke, you gave your 2 minutes, but let me ask you the question first. I know you can beat on the other opposition, it's fine. But help the Liberian and the people say they missing you, you don't have your glasses, so please put it on. But I think you'll put a green one on today. But help the Liberian people out there, Dr. Richardson. This president, George Bakugbe Mane Jirakie, whatever his name is, Weah, should he be re-elected? Why or why not, Dr. Richardson? You are muted.
Yeah, so let me start off by saying that, when I come here, I tolerate and respect everyone's views. Whatever you say, is your truth, it's not mine. So I respect that. To answer your question about whether we should elect George Weah, I don't think so. And my sole reason is that he has put Liberia on the decline. He has not kept up to the promises. For example, not making Liberians spectator in their own economy is a prime one example that he has not kept up with. We know the civil servants have not been paid. Security issues is a mess in the country. Education, I don't. We just did a couple of weeks ago. We did a story on a school that was closing because there was lack of teachers. I think I have a memory of children who were standing over for
Thank you.
sign
Yes, thank you.
asking for teachers, for volunteer teachers. Okay, a leader will be responsible to make sure that at least our education system is progressive, is moving up, even if it's not up to par, especially with the amount of money that international organizations contributed to the education system. Look at the education system and the agriculture system, even in the budget. If you look at those two things as well, um, they don't even, make sense for our country. Okay, it doesn't align with some of the goals that the president wants to accomplish because usually they say money talks, okay, and something else walks. But to answer those questions, that's where I come from. Now, people might think that I come here to, badmouth President Boca or Vice President Boca. I'm sorry. No, I don't. But there's a lot of similarities between Boca and Weah. One is, as Prince said, we never held Weah foot to the fire. We never asked him, the questions that we asked.
I don't want us going there because it should be time and season. You will slaughter Waka, you would go after him. I understand. It's your right, it's your desire. But if we come back the second round, then maybe you can make your case against Waka.
I was trying to actually make a point.
Yeah, I don't want us to now compare or construct that what we talk about. Because I want us to focus this. This is the first round of questions.
Yes,
should President George Weah be re-elected?
And I already answered that question, but I wanted to also add that the reason why I believe that Weah and Boca are related is that we never questioned him. He came, he wanted to be senator. What he didn't as a senator, nobody really questioned him. And I believe Liberia needs a lot of concrete activity. We don't need a lot of abstract thinking right now. We need our roads built. That's very concrete. We need our school fixed. That's very concrete. That's measurable. But to tell me that somebody has qualification, a pedigree, and what have you, and I don't get specific understanding of what you're talking about, it's sort of, it doesn't sit well with me. Okay. So I just wanted to add that. But go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thanks a lot. I just think that it will be, we will have that time to discuss the issue. But I respect, it's your time, your 2 minutes. You can speak of all the stuff. Let me ask you, Dualu. I probably know your answer, but I want you to go more in depth, Dualu. Let's keep this on President George manner we are.
Yeah, I agree. And what I love to do, I do a lot of writing and I do a lot of publications. This very question, the answer is actually in our publication. I published a paper that was carried by Front Page, The Liberian Perspective. It's all out there. It's called The Case Against President Weah's Re-election. The case again. So if you want to know exactly why he should not be re-elected, I listed them one by one by one. Yes,
so what you need to do, screenshot just the Front Page, the title, send it to me, and we're going to upload it.
Okay, right? I will send it to you after I finish talking.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this. Since President Weah came to power, the national budget has been close to $4 billion. That's the total accumulation overall. Okay, since he came to power, $4 billion. Okay.
You are muted.
Up to $4 billion since he came to power.
Is it okay? Somebody standing behind you. I hope we not have no issue though. Just to be.
So I'm gonna say this. Yes, my grandpa. But let me say this. I'm sorry. $4 billion since he came to power. All of the $4 billion over the last 6 years. If you go back to the national budget. I went through every single budget that has been cast over the last 6 years, over the last 5 years, almost 6 years now in Liberia. 89.6% of them have gone to recurring costs, literally to run the government. The allocations made to true development in the country was less than 5% each year over the last 6 years. President Weah has literally taken every dime for himself. That's number one. Number two, the female enrollment rate in the country actually dropped over the last 6 years. Our maternal mortality rate has increased under President Weah over the last 6 years. Our infant mortality rate has increased. I want to tell you about another number. When Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came to power, the death rate in the country, for every 1,000 Liberian, we were losing 9.7 in 2005. When Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came to power, people can Google this. When Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came to power, she fought hard and brought the death rate for every 1,000 Liberian to 8.2 per year. When President Weah came to power, due to the hardship and the lack of any kind of leadership in the country, our death rate has climbed back to 8.7. So there are more Liberians dying under President Weah than previously where it was established. Over the last 5 years, the road connectivity throughout the country has actually dwindled. I did an entire rebuttal. It's on my page. Anybody can go listen to it. Samuel Tuel lies so much. This man knows nothing about finance. He lies so much. I did 27 rebuttals against Samuel Tuel, against his administration. So we've gotten poorer progressively under President Weah than over the last 20 years combined. So President Weah is actually bad for the country, not just economically or social, politically, or any other means. He's actually bad for every single one of us. The numbers bear this out. This is not an argument against the contrary. From inflation to our importations to our geopolitical positions, everything has worsened under President Weah. And this is why he should be going.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you, Dualu. I believe, have you answered the question, Prince?
No, not yet. I'm just going to go. Yeah.
Dualu, send me that information. Let's upload it. Come on.
Dualu, I do appreciate your position on the statistical education that you try to bring to Liberian people. I do agree with you. 100% I agree with you. The question is, should George Weah be re-elected or not? From a discussionary perspective, a lot of people will say, people who are supporters of George Weah will say George should be elected because they see him as a messiah president. Unfortunately, nobody can be the messiah. That's one aspect of that. Number two, the messiah keeps his promises, and George Weah has never kept his promises. So that's just one crux of that. But let's open the veil a little bit more. Why I think that George Weah should not be re-elected. Number one, look at the business community in Liberia. Now, we do know that the business community in Liberia is largely controlled by the Lebanese. Even the Lebanese in Liberia are not even benefiting out of George Weah's government when it comes to economic openness and business-friendly environment. They are not. But as always the case would be, they will not get involved in the politics of Liberia. Look at Liberia right now. The consumer spending means was government pay civil servant, was civil servant get money, go to the market, go buy something. That is not happening on a regular basis. It means that any other business Lebanese people open in the country is not thriving. Where they open supermarket, where they open store, where they open theme park, nobody going there because they don't have money in the country. So even the Lebanese are not happy. So civil society in the country are not happy with President Weah because civil society responsibility is to hold the government accountable for good governance. And everywhere civil society look in terms of monitoring and evaluation of the Weah administration, they have nothing to show for. So civil society is not happy. They cannot take any positive report out of Liberia. International partners are definitely not happy. We've seen many memorandums, letters from the international partners condemning George Weah administration or trying to advise the Weah administration on certain democratic principles or democratic tenets for them to uphold to. When we look at the issue of Liberian intellectuals do not even want to engage the George Weah administration because there is a bottleneck of information that they wish to have given the George Weah administration so they can listen, but they have refused that. In the case of Samuel Tuay hates to engage the intellectuals of Liberia. So there is no intellectual community engaging the George Weah administration. From a domestic banking perspective, domestic bankers in Liberia do not want to engage the government because the government, when it comes to paying debt, they are not good at paying their debt. So what is happening? Liquidity, money, borrowing, or giving loans out in the country has completely diminished. When Ellen was president, young people in government used to get car loan. Now go to Echo Bank and say you want car loan and see whether you even get that loan because it is difficult. You do not have the guarantee to repay. So it means that domestic bankers in Liberia are not very pleased with the government's economic operation. Look at the issue of manufacturing in the country. It is down. Manufacturing is not even, we're not even thinking about that. Trade is down completely. Security, I don't even have to talk about security. We know that drugs is coming into the country. It means that there's a lapse in security in the country. We know fully well there's small arms and ammunition coming to the country because the police have reported that. International reports have reported that. It means that security is not up to par in the country. It's a major problem. The only security we now have as a guarantee for good force and a force for good is the AFL because they have been held to international standard. Other than that, the police and every other military and paramilitary organization in the country are feeling flat on their report. Look at the issue of education. I can't even talk about the issue of education. Look at the issue of traditional unification. George Weah has never done anything when it comes to traditional unification. You can go down the list all the way down, even to the point of women and children care. George Weah government has never even taken on the responsibility to handle women and children care in the country. Women are still struggling when it comes to pregnancy.
Listen for later on. Listen more there now. Listen more there, Maxwell. You can put all things there. The message we're giving her time. I like what Dwalu said, man, but you can find it on your Data Observer. It came out 2029, I believe, October. I like the fact that he outlined some stuff. Once it is the guy's going to download it and we're going to upload it on our program here. His lack of ethical principles, leadership in discipline, and lapse in morality are the burden to the country. Just those three things alone disqualified George Banners Weah re-election. So once we get there, we give Dwadu the chance to speak on it and we'll take our piece. We want to welcome our brother Al-Hussein, King Hassan Fadikat. Welcome to the show. Let's bring in Fatima Bintu Salif as well. You got to understand that we want to be fair and balanced, that the Richardson need that support from a female angle, at least to help this thing, that it shouldn't be on us all. Let me say this though. The question is, should President George Banners Weah be re-elected? Why or why not? Al Fadika.
Well, we all know President Weah. I've never been a fan of President Weah. I don't think he should have been anywhere near the corridor of power. The man had all the signs and symptoms. One reason for a man like George Weah, for a public figure and someone who was a athlete and flamboyant playboy, people like those, you don't give them power. He had all the signs. He was very reckless with his own personal wealth. He have this flamboyant lifestyle. He's very promiscuous. Those are things that people that want to become president stay away from. So you cannot give someone like an addict that is a drug addict and give them access to money and drugs. This is what we did to George. We are giving enough unlimited access to our resources to do it. That's why he started off with flying private jet and doing all those things and running the country, abusing our money in the same way he abused the family. But more importantly, let's go down to the meat and I know Dwalu said it, my friend Prince said it. Look at the economy, for example. Oh no, we are administration, our economy have dwindled. What kind of economy you increase our budget to 500 to almost a billion, but yet and still civil servants still struggling, and this is where their paycheck have dwindled. You harmonize the people paycheck. No, 5-6 years, there's no foreign direct investment, transparency and corruption. You are nothing. Transparency International gave us a very low mark for the first time, especially after Ellen, for not being able to fight corruption. You're talking about promises. This man promised to build housing, the pro-poor agenda, 2,000-3,000 housing. The promise of coastal highway. What we got is dilapidated roads, half-constructed, poorly constructed roads, and vein projects. What people don't know about vein projects is those are projects that the president just say, I want to quantify success. You know what? I think the people in West Point, I will just put a feed there so they can see it. They will say, first time in history of since 1847. You do not ask the people what you need. You do not check whether you have any economic viability. But you know what? I'll just post on a feed there and say something. You know, I'll build 14 military hospital in way somewhere on the highway. At least for the first time we have never heard about military hospital. You go to Ghana. Have you seen one of the military hospital in Ghana? It's a whole city. I went in one. I was crazy. But he built this makeshift place that barely have doctors to control it. He put it there. You're talking about appointment in government. How many competent have this president appointed in government? He grabbed a lot of those incompetent, young, overzealous partisan, moon shouting, sycamore tree individual and got in there, shouting and singing his name. So look, everything is wrong about this government. This man, look, say what you can about Ellen. Ellen, for her first time, she knew that there was some education deficit in the country. She sent young Liberian men. I've seen Prince. I don't know what I heard that you benefited with, but there were several people. I know. I can call names.
Why you sliding quick like that? You want to say
I think Prince benefited.
Yeah, but you want to say keep focused, my man. You call it man, you just slap out like that. Prince, I tell you. No, that's okay. Let's move on. Remember, your time is up. You're trying to create problem here, right?
Did you benefit from scholarship?
Oh, I did. No, Stanton, give me a chance.
Pray not to you. Let the man finish. The man time running on. Let the man finish, my man. Go ahead.
No, I'm not saying it in a derogatory way, but I want to see people like Prince, people like Mommy, people that benefited. I know, that benefited from government, and they were able to go back and contribute their quota to the government. Now this government, you got Jefferson Kochi's mayor of the oldest capital in Africa that barely can speak good English. He's reckless and passing around, and this is a joke. The government was a failure from the start. They should have nowhere. So when Nazi, then the worst thing, drug. If we don't get rid of drugs, we have for anything else, drugs. Look, I work with.
You cannot put all that under 2 minutes, my man. You no. You let Prince want to talk. All this don't talk. I know what I myself. You gotta respect the 2 minutes, my man. It's just like a run on. You gotta check breaks more. I know you don't like the man, but we'll come back.
I mean, at 1 minute 46 seconds.
No. You've been speaking for 6 minutes now. Back you, my brother. We gotta do this here.
Fatima,
Do it right.
Fatima, what's up? I'll see you for long.
There you go again. Put him on Fatima again.
Well,
Fatima,
you know what Fatima was coming from.
Oh, yeah?
You
Okay.
even know. Stay away.
But one thing I know that Fatima is a Gina to Moba Molu, but we'll come back to it. So let me say something though. And somebody just sent me something. They're watching the show. They say these are some of the reasons from where they're sitting right now watching the show. George Manneh should never be re-elected. Before we go to Fatima, let me read it. Every public works done by this government has been for George Manneh personal benefit.
Mhm.
Everything when the government said we build roads, ask George Manneh how much he made. How much was given to him for building the road. Every public works done by President George Manneh it was done for his own benefit. For example, or in the medical field, say as evidenced by, look at Robert International Highway. You guys, friends, that you can research, you believe in the data. Just when they talk about East International, who benefited? Who's also signed the agreement? Yeah, but wait, that what you guys do now, Duadu? Come on now. You have your trash company here, you know, people also gave you the agreement. Who from the government also signed it? Not the finance minister, not justice minister, not public work. But guess what happened? They put everything on Miguel. Right, Prince? They said Miguel ate the money. And Samuel took himself out. Today, it's a dead case, RIA. RIA is a dead case. It rained, it's bad off, people having accidents, everything on the road. Because President George Manneh received his cut. No, seriously, he did. People say Miguel, Samuel Toy, they all received their cuts. The Liberian people know it. There were no public bidding for those projects. Prince, I'm lying. They don't open up the public and say newspaper come online and say it's open to the public. No, it was done like Society Bush. Kuku Jumuku, you inside, you know, it was done quietly. They created their own company name. They created their own LLC. They presented it and said yes. Look at Samara Wodokori. Hey man, he's doing business with LDC, his company. He came on Spoon Talk and he said, no. It is not pay to play. I met Samara Wodokori, Serena Cephas, Samara Wodokori, Nathaniel Miguel, and myself. We were sitting on the same table. I confronted him on it. And you know what he said? Welcome to the show, Moali. He said, the president can't do nothing to me. And Cephas looked at him. I said, I know you are listening to me. I was sitting there, Boulevard Palace, upstairs. Cephas looked at him and Cephas says, you are wrong. He said, you need to stop. Nathaniel Miguel looked at Samara Wodokori and said, you need to stop. Samora said, the president cannot do nothing to me. That's what he said. In front of Nathaniel Miguel and Serena Cephas. And I was right there. He said, oh, Stanton, why you said this about me? I said, I didn't. You said it. You have your company doing business with LDC. But you are the deputy minister at the finance ministry. Guess what? You cutting the checks. You are approving things. How much are you giving your insurance company? How much are you giving LDC to give back to you? We had a heated argument. And one of the guys that went with all came and just quieted me down. He said, oh, Stanton, let it be so. The man was ashamed because Cephas was there. Miguel was sitting there. And they said, my man, you're wrong. But what did President Weah do? What? Nothing. Because Samara Wodokori, as per the information, the allegation, he would take those money and get President Weah his own. Samara Wodokori requested 15% from the budget of Ministry of Health. 15%. That's the only way he could sign on those budgets. But not to make this show about me or them. I will read the last two lines, the person cross up, then we'll bring Fatima and Bo Ali to ask them the same question. Should President Weah be re-elected? Why or why not? The total cost for those projects are not publicly known, Dwadu. They ever told you, Liberian people, that Route International Highway is $5 million and how they plan to get the money and who they're giving the money to? They ever said that to you? No. They cannot announce it. They will say budget line, but they will play Kugu Jumuku. They say, who are the project implementers? So all those bogus things that President we are doing. Then also you're worrying he's a viral medicine. The president, every role in the country that was put down by Madame Saliv and Joseph Boakai, President we have met there. Every money that came through, he have his share of money. Everything. That's why the road work cannot continue. That's why everything is halfway. Everything is Diho cover. So folks, the question remains, should President Weah be re-elected? Fatima, and then we'll bring in the spokesman for the rescue train, Mo Ali.
Hello, everyone. Hello, audience, and all of those listening from all over the world. My answer is definitely no. And I say this with every fiber in my being. I know this man. I've seen 6 years. I was one of those who advocated and told people, he played football. He's international. He will bring people to Liberia. We pushed it, and of course, he was elected. And we were afraid. We said that, if he's not elected, maybe there will be war. And the idea of another war frightened everyone, and we encouraged people, and they voted for him. 6 years. The only thing that I think I can pinpoint and say he's done for Liberia, like I said always, is dual citizenship. Seriously, that's the only thing. He promised those children that were running behind him, those young adults, that when I'm elected, I will give your rehab center. The rehab center is yet to be formed, is yet to be organized, is yet to be, allocated in his budget or anything. He promised them that he was going to open trade school to get them back working, to get them doing something. Nothing has happened. Our young Liberians are now called Zogis and Zogos. He's done absolutely nothing for them, and they were the ones that overwhelmingly elected him. He's turned permanent Liberians into beggars. He's made the oldest city on the continent, Monrovia, gave it to another inept guy, in the name of Jefferson Koji. The city, like I said, when you come from the airport, is the smell of stench from the airport is all over. And I wonder why every day they say they got fresh cold. You don't got fresh cold. You got respiratory illnesses from smelling all these things from your city. I mean, like I was hearing you guys yesterday talking about it. There is no pediatricians in the country. The same doctor that took care of your grandma will take care of your pa, will take care of your mom, will take care of you. Everybody wants doctor. And this is supposed to be a young progressive who've lived internationally. He said he traveled all when he sees online, he start bullshitting. Fatu, he was speaking to you. Just
what's the language now? We are on a family program.
He speaks French. I don't know.
The other word that you use. The other word that you use. Say watch it.
Jim. He can just say Jim Appel. He would be speaking French. So he like. And you don't even understand, but he said he's an international guy. So we were thinking, he told people, the kind of people I know from over there, when I become president, you would just see. So he would turn, I remember that statement, he would turn Monrovia into a twin city. And now he actually sits there. This is how you know when someone actually believes that, they said, what is insanity? Insanity is the stubborn refusal to accept reality. If someone looks at you and tell you, I told you, I compare Monrovia to Miami, and Monrovia right now looks like Miami. How can you and I sit there and buy that? Seriously. I mean, I will tell you, and I tell everybody, no, we should not be like, he's bad for Liberia. He's bad for Liberians. He is not good for our country. He's destroyed the very fabric our country was built on, and we need to reject him at the ballot box.
Thank you very much. Mo Ali, thank you for joining us. And I know we'll get to your program for today, but the question remains the same, sir. Your answer.
Thank you, Stanton. You know, we had a very massive program today in District 16, 17, two separate locations, Banjo and Blamasi Town Fee or VOA. And you know, while driving on my way home, I was admiring Prince Maxwell and Dr. Richardson. The both of them had a holiday on Joseph Boakai. I was counting
Dr.
the
Richardson,
both of
please
them
come, please
combined.
come back. Please come back, Dr. Richardson.
No, I'm not responding to them. I just want to remind them on what they were doing. They had a holiday. I was counting the both of them combined, mentioned the name of Joseph Boakai more than 150 times.
Hey,
Dr.
boy,
Richardson
you know, that's not true. Don't do that. 150 times. Don't do that, man.
Dr. Richardson mentioned Cummings, I think 2 or 3 times. Maxwell mentioned Moniba, his candidate, 1 time, and Joseph Boakai 150 times. I thought that was a good publicity for us, and I want to say thank you to them. You know, I actually got several calls and messages. When you come on the show, we'll stop listening. So I told the people, I said, no, they are doing well. The more you call Joseph Boakai name, the more people that know his name, the more people get curious to know about him. You know, Joseph Boakai, ECOWAS calling one day to 12 of agriculture. EU calling one day, United Nations calling one day. He said it on the spoon talk and be calling Joseph Boakai name whole day. The people out there enjoying you because that's the man they are going to vote for. So the only person I want to talk about is this government. And I'm always saying on this show, the only person who got something we want is George Weah. George Weah is presiding over the affairs of the state, and he is retrogressing this country at the speed of light. Everywhere, I'm going to begin by telling you why he shouldn't be elected. Today, we're on West African Democracy Radio in a panel discussion, and the CDC spokesman was there. They guys say he's a barrow medicine. Everywhere you pass in the road in this country now, everywhere that used to have good road, they are all bad roads now. So maybe Ambassador, was it Ambassador or John Balu who said he's a medicine that can actually create bad road instead of curing bad road. The bad roads everywhere. There's destitution everywhere. People are just completely tired. A government that is in power and the officials of that government will encourage young people to say they want kuch, the most devastating illegal illicit drug anywhere in the world, the drugs that zombify young people. And that government encourages them to say they want kuch over development. The person who presides over that government, over the country, has got absolutely no love for the country. He's got absolutely no care for this country. And all he wants to see is a country that is damaged so that when he's through with his looting, he can go and sit. And you know, you were talking about the looting they are carrying on, the issue of Samora Wolo Koli, my friend. And people were just sending me text messages confirming that in fact the company is owned by Samora Wolo Koli and a lawyer, Hilton Poe, who does the lawyery thing for the Mozability faction of the Liberty Party. I don't see any reason why George Weah should be re-elected. And there were 4 panelists on the show today, the West African Democracy Radio in Senegal. And the guys were laying the thing out barely. Abdullah Katamba, another guy who is one Aaron Weah or something, who is a civil society guy. And they were talking all of the things that have gone wrong in this country, ranging from drugs, the slashing of people's salaries for Mr. Weah and his people to enrich themselves. And you know, Kanye said one thing that was shocking. oh, the man who has played football and got all of those money, and that man, you all say he able to build house. So the question I asked him was, if he had $80 million, why didn't he build the houses before he became president? Why didn't he demolish his dilapidated 9th Street residence to transform it to a bulletproof mansion? And there are even speculations that a boat can go under it. He can go into the basement, get in a boat, and go on the sea.
Well, Ali, his salary is public. I just want you to know that his salary from AC Milan is public. He never made more than $15 million total. Okay, and there's 50% tax rate out of Europe.
Yeah, exactly. So he has all that money. Why he didn't construct all of these things? He had a nightclub that broke down. He had a sports store that broke down. He had a football club that broke down. And he said the man had money. Okay, we agree he had money. So why was the rush to construct all of these things? So when you combine these things, the fact that the young people have been taught to take drugs, that the president's aide, Finabondo, will organize a tournament for ghettos in the country or in Monrovia. Anybody who organizes a tournament for ghettos is telling the people to create more ghettos so that there can be more people who take drugs. And the only reason why you will take interest in booming the drug business must be because yourself have interest, must be because yourself you are dealing in drugs. So there should be no reason why George Weah should be re-elected. George Weah should not even be participating in this election because his presence there is creating more problems for the country. That man should find a place to sit down. Thank you on the opening.
Thank you very much, Mo Ali. Let's try to put some steam in this thing because I'm too hungry. Once they call me and say the food is ready, I'm going to leave you guys and go eat and come back. I'm starving. I'm looking at Dualu in his kitchen. Something is boiling. I don't know what's that, but it's boiling. Dr. Richardson returned with a bad woman Shanghai face. Oh, she left again. Oh. All right. So the issue about Josh Madden, we are, you want to take him, come on, guys. Be serious for a minute. You cannot give Josh Madden credit on dual citizenship. Don't do that. People in the diaspora fought for that thing. It wasn't George Madden Weah. He had no option but to sign it. The only thing he did, he signed it. He didn't fight for it. I will give him nothing. Nothing, kitty. Zero. This man destroyed our country. He ripping every corner of our country. Everywhere the president smell money, he go after. This is not a joke. Dualu is right. Let me just digress a little bit, please. And let me watch the time, Maxwell. Give my 2 minutes. Be fair. But let me say this. His own friends. You know what hurt me is because this man pushed aside those people that were loyal to him. And when I called someone that name, they got scared. They said, oh, don't put me in trouble with the president. How can you still respect this man as a president and friend and brother, Dualu? 6 years came and 6 years slipping out. He have done nothing for you. And you still consider him as your friend. And somebody still passing with cell phone and say, the president called me. Do you still need a phone call from Joe Madden Weah? No. Liberian people, you need to listen. 6 years, he didn't call you. 6 years, he rejected you. 6 years, he pushed you aside. If anybody call your name, he called a speech for them. My own dear brother and friend, Mung Mamadou, I will always call his name. You're no Mung, you're no hankies. How can you treat your friends? Look at Joe Solo. Someone misunderstanding you in your skin. You honor your skin. You acting like chick. The president behaved like chick. To tell you guys the truth. Something about President Weah. He need to get out of the closet. He need to come out of the closet. Something about him. How can you push away your friends? And now election time, what do you know what he's doing? He's sending the text messages and saying, you know what, reconciliation, come back. Are you mumu? 6 years the man refused. Listen, Monk and myself, I will say this to you guys. It was Monk, Kofa, Emmanuel Potter and myself, when we went to President George Manuel Weah yard, in his yard itself, Prince, everybody came outside. Everybody came outside. And the only thing I want the Liberian people to listen to this. We went there with security, everything. And everybody was saying, hey, Hankies. So we're calling Monk Hankies. The security, the cook came from in the house. His shirt was dirty, white. The man started crying. The old man came to Monk. The old man fell on her knee. The old man started crying. Why your brother doing you like this? When President Weah heard it, he said he will never, ever see Monk. And anybody that will allow Monk to cross that security gate again, he would deal with them. I'm not saying this thing because I'm trying to pull Monk into this thing. I'm saying this thing because of the wickedness of a man not to forgive his own brother, his own sister. For almost 40 some more years, they hang around with you. And that election time, you must call them. That election time, you must call them and say, y'all come home. That's the man you want to say, yes, we'll re-elect him. The men that are destroying the country. The man that have taken himself to be God, you must bow down to him. Where is your freedom? The reason why I got closer to Monk is because of the disrespect George Weah disrespected him. Say what you want to say. The reason why I got closer to most of them is because of the way in which George Manuel Weah treated them. And those are the folks he calling home today and say, you can't wear your CDC t-shirt. Yesterday, I will close on this and we'll come back because I understand. I will close on this. Somebody said James Ellis Adiba, but yet and still, for hustle, they succumb. For hustle, for 2G, they succumb. For hustle. Oh, yeah. I told Monk I was going to say it. I told him, I said, listen, I'm going to say everything because the man didn't treat you right. Once you say, oh, my man, don't say I beg you. I said, no. You don't be afraid anymore. October 10th is around the corner. This guy will not be president. Do not be afraid anymore. And I know for myself that Monk support Joseph Yima Boakai. Monk is not in Liberia, so he's not afraid. I know what Monk and myself can talk. He support Joseph Yima Boakai. He cannot come on national TV and say, I do not support Joseph Boakai. I know for myself, Monk support Joseph Boakai Douadou. I know for myself, these guys don't know exactly. I know on the other side who those guys support. So there will be no reason for us to play Tabata on the show. I want to say to you, you are right, Mo Ali. You are quite correct. President Weah shouldn't even come close. The man was sitting there with all his ministers there, and he raised this question, and I will leave you guys with this question. He said, you're sure that Moserado is still in our corner? Those who are in that meeting, even if they listen to us, they will confirm what I'm saying, because somebody from the media sent me a recording, but they begged the way in which it was done. I cannot play the recording. I don't want to get anybody killed. So Douadou will come to you. I don't know who term it is, but he said,
It's one time.
it's your turn, Prince. We'll come to you and you'll later on this one, Prince. From there, we'll go to Dr. Richardson and Douadou. But he said, it's Moserado stay in our corner. While people are celebrating that CDC put 1 million people on the street, the president is seriously concerned whether Moserado stay in the corner. Prince, come in, my brother. Slow me down because I'm
Let me just slow you down. But let me just add, because you always bring the pepper and salt to this program, and that is the reason why it's always spicy. Let me just add something. I'm very sure that our people and many other people understand when they say poke barrel spending. What does that mean? Let me just bring it down for the ordinary people that are listening. When I say poke barrel spending, what it means is you take money from the budget, the national budget, you specifically do a project just to get vote from the people. Just so the people can say, I like you. That's all. Poke barrel spending. And in George, we are government people. The most important thing we've been doing is poke barrel spending. What do you people think that George, we have been all over fee in small area in Nukuta, in West Point? What do you think he do that thing for? All that football fee, small fee he paid. He did it because he want you all to get your attention so you can see that, oh, he doing beating. But no, he's not beating. The players are living here everywhere. You can find it there. It's a common thing. And people even believe even better than what George Weah did. On nothing he did it correctly. I can tell you, tomorrow I can kind of just send all the photo so somebody can see how the people can really build it. But let me come back. Let me come back to the real point, right? I know fully well that while Dr. Chinaway and myself are going through some très bien analysis of
I beg you, Dr. Richardson.
No.
You don't want to make Abraham bad. Dr. Richardson.
I'm making
your final name with her, please.
Yeah, so Dr. Richardson, right? About 7% called me to let me know that Mo Ali was kicking the bucket. He was so angry, he was so pissed, and he was trying to get on the show as quickly as possible because he said that Prince Master can't be making this kind of très analysis, and I don't get it to push it out of it. But it is what it is. You saw that the first thing he came and the first thing he did. So yes, for the many people that text me, thank you very much. Dr. Richardson and myself are giving some good analysis to understanding of where we are. But let's come back to President Weah because of the person we're here for. Let's understand the mindset of President Weah. That's the most important thing. President Weah wants you people to understand that he's still a footballer playing for Lone Star. My people, we ain't playing for Lone Star anymore. That man retired a very long time ago. He's no longer covered with that special protection that we gave him when he was playing for Lone Star. George Weah has retired. There are two George Weah in Liberia. There's George Weah who played football and there's George Weah who the president. It would be unfair for us to judge George Weah as the president footballer when we judge Charles Taylor differently. When Charles Taylor became president, we judged Charles Taylor as the president. We looked at him as the president, and we realized he was dragging all of his war business into the presidency. That is the reason why we say we never wanted him, and we kick him out as quickly as possible. George, we are doing the same thing. He dragging in bad judgment into the presidency. We gave him Liberia with everything in Liberia. We gave it to him. The one thing that Liberian people ask him to do is to please make sure that Liberia is healthy, safe, and protected. He never kept Liberia healthy, safe, and protected. The ordinary Liberians who we gave to him to do all the plenty job for him. Say, okay, John, you be president now. Okay, you need labor. You need plenty of people to help you to work, to make your government good. And they put a call civil servant. What did he do to them? Y'all put it in a chat room. What did George Weah do to civil servant? Under his Samuel Twe Propo policy, what did he do? He did not pay them on time. That's the point. So I can go on and on and on. And that is the reason why the silent majority of Liberia has made it absolutely clear that keeping George Weah in office is a suicide mission for everybody.
Thank you, Maxwell. Thank you. I'm so sorry. We got to just squeeze the 2 minutes in to give others a chance. So just give it your best shot. We're going to go to Dr. Richardson. And now for this round, you are free to speak what is on your mind. You are free to speak about the ills in the country. Yes, for me, I want to speak to George Weah tonight. So, Dr. Richardson, it's 5:50. Your 2 minutes, man.
I want to go back to addressing what Wally said. Actually, that's why I came on. I was in the back attending to some other important things. I'm not advertising your candidate at all, but I'm here to draw a contrast between your candidate's history and other candidates that are in the race. I believe that it makes a very interesting conversation and more thought provoking when we can draw contrasts between the different candidates. Yes, the Liberian people know how they feel the suffering, they feel the pinch of what George Weah is doing to them. And when Maxwell and I was talking, that's exactly what we're doing. Uh, your candidate, like, you support Vice President Buckeye. And if we look at the mandates of what he was required to do at the Ministry of Agriculture, I have the job description here. When I hear you guys speak, I want you guys to tell me how he met the responsibilities of his job description. That tells me what is going on in his past and how he can handle the present conditions in Liberia. When you guys speak, I want you to tell me, what did he do at LPMC? How did he get to LPRC? Then sell him in those ways. But when I hear, oh, he's gonna win, he's the best person, I like him because I had a conversation with him. Yes, personally, maybe he's good to you, but I'm looking at the population of Liberia. What is he capable of doing? And again, Maxwell and I drew the contrast between what did we do with President Weah. Everybody said, oh, this man got Liberia at heart. He's likable. He's social desirable. The Liberian people want him, and we elected him. Liberia went on a decline, right? So I learned from history. I don't know about you guys, but for me, history is important. It plays a big role in terms of how I make analysis and how I move forward. So I'm not here to be on the bandwagon or saying this person's won or this person's going to be the best person of Liberia. I need evidence to tell me why and how. Okay. And if I can't get that, I'm sorry. I'm not.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. So this is what we're going to do, because I have 4 UPs on, and I have Prince Maxwell and Dr. Richardson from different political parties. Gibson and Mohammed not in yet. So when I give you guys the chance to speak, I'll have to go back to them to counter you guys. Okay? So it'll be 2 for 1, 2 for 1. That will be the best way. All right. Let me bring in Dualu.
Yeah, that's great, State, and hopefully they keep it within that 2 minutes. I want to say welcome Agnes Best Man, but I want to say this, and Mo Ali mentioned something, and I remember I will hold you up for you. I got to do some work too, because you won't make decision that is the best possible decision. In the 1990s, when President Weah played football, the people pay check and they put it up. In Europe, they put in high anything. During that time, people don't make plenty of money. When you play, the government in Europe can take off 50% of your money. During that time, they pay people between 500,000 that could pay check to 3 million, and they were not making a lot of money. Most of the money ended up beating the Joe Weah speaking, say squander. Joe Weah whack all your own money, fall out remaining. The kids are starting out and literally saying that they're hanging out with BMs. Liberia rescued the man getting senatorial position. Lord, let me say something. We expecting a carpenter to perform an open heart surgery in Liberia. President Weah has no place near the presidency. We talking it is very, very serious. President Weah himself has said this in so many words. I finished certain record. They put on let me get out of business. This is an admittance that he doesn't want to be president, nor does he possess what it takes to govern the country. Look, this is the most consequential office in the country. The way President Weah go, that's how the country will go. And you see how the country go into Kush because of the way President Weah going. Anything President Weah do, you saw all the boys around Monrovia. They say we're wearing purple suit because President Weah wore purple suit. When you see the womanization in Liberia, because of what President Weah does, the president's role decides the direction of the country. This man doesn't want to be president. In fact, President Weah is actually begging Liberian with his actions. You don't put me here again. I won't come by here. Just look at him. Since he came to power in 2018, and look at every single thing he has done. He's telling you, I'm belong in this space. He doesn't go to work. Who leaves their work for almost 50 days? They leave the country. They just go gallivanting, walk a ball. And then for every single day President Weah left the country, he spent almost 200,000 United States dollars. I will say this and leave it to you. Bapulu County, Nima County, every day in the national budget, they post $655 US every day for President Weah food. All the education budget for Nima County is less than what they get to President Weah to eat every day. Every day President Weah can kick out. That came off to you?
Real cow, thank you very
I
much.
said, literally real cow. Cow that
Thank you,
found
Eduardo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo. The issue is that our Liberian people need to understand, because the money personnel we have received weekly, send that money to one of the little elementary school, it will be the best in the world. But let me bring in Al Hussein.
Oh yeah. The thing is, I want to just respond to Dr. Regency. Actually, that was the reason why I came on. I was busy actually. I came running to, so it was not only Mo Ali that were running. I was.
So all of you not to come on the show tonight, but Dr. Richardson and Prince bringing your own.
Prince, I guess you should have this conversation more often.
Seriously,
no, I like the conversation, and I want to draw the distinction why the difference between the former president Boyka and let's take for example Mr. Cummings. Look, there are two different individuals. I see Dr. Richardson talking about the one record, track record, knowing for the world that in our country we do not do well by keeping record of anything. And it depends on what you are looking for, or you just throwing up the kitchen sink and thinking which one will stick. Because if you look at, let's say you support a guy who is a corporate executive, there's a two different skill set. Ambassador Boyka is a career civil servant. He has served in the second highest office in the land. That cannot be the same as a corporate executive. A corporate executive, the corporate executive is a trained position. You go there, they train you with business skills, profit generation, how to deal with shareholders. These are skills that cannot easily be translated into politics.
Oh my.
For you to be a successful politician, you should understand diplomacy, public policy, be an expert in bringing people together, understanding the constitution and legal issue, being there. This is a skill set that if you put the two people together, they are not even comparable. You're talking about political experience. Ambassador Boyka has the political experience that is unmatched in this entire race. A corporate executive cannot just easily acquire that political experience. You're talking about decision making. Decision in the corporate world is different from politics. Political decision involve understanding the culture, understanding the ethical and the ethnic value of our people, being able to dialogue with them, meet them. Corporation have a set decision-making body. So when we're talking about Liberia is a very small but very complex country. And anybody cannot just come from anywhere and something. So one of the problems that Mr. Cummings have been facing is his cultural insensitivity, his cultural ignorance. He has not been able to actually relate to the people because of those things. You take for example, Dr. Monima, a young
2
man.
minutes, sir. I hope we can respect that.
Yeah, let me just something you kind of distracted me with the 2 minutes there.
No, I did it. I've been saying 2 minutes to everybody.
Let me finish it. So when you look at that, I don't want to be beating on people. We have a man in the race that is the most experienced. That is what is at stake. But as far as we are, let me just close on this. I will stress this, and I will use this last 20 or 30 seconds to speak to the young people. We cannot do anything during this time. I was young. I was in the position that most of the young people in Liberia are in right now. I remember when this white lady told me not to vote for Charles Taylor. I remember all the different excuses and reasons why I gave that Charles Taylor was the best president. Peer pressure, younger children. I'm very concerned about first-time voters. They see we are as a joke. They see we are as one of them. And because he have this laissez-faire approach and have this perverted behavior among those young children, they think that he's one of the crowd of boys. But do not be deceived. your future. Those in America that have influence on the
Thank
ground.
you. Thank you
Those
very
young
much.
children that you are
Hassan.
dealing with.
Thank
Please
you.
talk to them.
Thank you very much, Hassan. You spoke for 4 minutes. I hope we can just observe our 2 minutes, sir. We're going to go back now. You make mention of Mr. Cummings. So we'll give the first response. We'll get that from Dr. Richardson. Then we'll come down to Mo Ali, Fatima. Then we'll go to Prince. Dr. Richardson, 2 minutes,
So, Fatima, Fadiga. Sorry, Fatima. Welcome. Fadiga, you know, I hate to get a little bit personal in this discussion, but when you speak, it sounds like you haven't been in a world where you can transfer your skills. Okay. If you are intelligent, if you have understanding of issues, the transfer of skills is not a problem. And if you have been in a situation where you constantly have to work on whether it is working with technology, whether it's working with human resources, whether it's working with people, whether you engage, whether you're showing empathy, whether you're showing compassion, whether you kind of comprehending information, those are skills that people who are innovative, people who want to work hard, people who are determined, you can do it. Fadiga, as I hear you tell me sometimes in our prior conversation, you didn't come from a mental health background, did you?
I came from an IT and transition.
Yeah, can you just continue?
No, because yeah, you are somebody who came from an IT background. You are now, when we talk, transferring your skills to a mental health background, which I have no doubt that you'll do well at. How are you capable? You can make an exception that you can do that. But now you see someone like Mr. Cummings, and then you say he can't do that. You talk about diplomacy. Give me some of the, we're not going to just talk flowery and abstract here. Give me some examples where you saw Mr. Buckeye showing exemplary diplomacy, not just standing up for the people to sing the national anthem at the White House for him, okay? Where he actually negotiated, made an impact in the Liberian foreign policy. Okay, if you speak like that, I will understand. When you talk about this man is schooled in diplomacy. When you talk about Liberian culture, Mr. Cummings is insensitive to the Liberian culture. People forget, and I think this is sort of like very immature for sophisticated thinking in terms of sophisticated immaturity, where we believe that Liberia is a monolithic culture. Liberia has so many, you yourself at the end, you said Liberia is complex, which I agree with you. All right. So we have to meet Liberians where they are and who they are. And that's the skill of someone who's very skillful, someone who's good at transferring their skills, as in Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings, when he led his organization, he was in charge of human resources. He was in charge of he was in charge of the legal department. He was in charge of the accounting, the economic. So all of those things, which are very transferable to running a country, because you have budget analysis, you have to hire people, you have to bring in new technology, you have to be accustomed to talking to people. And Mr. Cummings has met international people along the way.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thank you.
For a diplomat. And
thank you very much, Dr. Richardson.
Sorry, Father God, that you come on. You kind of make me like lose something.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Let me now go to Mo Ali. Thank you very much, man. And we're going to do this because I want to be fair and balanced. Seriously, Mo Ali, Fatima, and we'll go to Prince Maxwell. Then we're going to bring in Dwalu again on the next conversation. And I'll say, Mo Ali, I'm uploading your video. Be patient, but talk to us, sir. You are muted, Mo.
Yeah. Stanton, I don't understand when you say there are 4 UP partisans here, and when they talk, then the other people will have 2 minutes to respond. Let me make clear here that there is absolutely no debate here between Unity Party and any other party. There will be debate if the CDC is around. There will be debate only between the UP and the CDC. And let me repeat, as the official spokesperson of the UP campaign, we do not have debate with any other opposition political party. They do not have what we want. The CDC has what we want, and the CDC is our target. So let me repeat here, there's no debate between the UP and the ANC. There's no debate between the UP
Actually,
and
Mo,
any
I
other
hate to interrupt you. You're right. And that's the reason why this show consists of just all of you guys. Okay, so you're right. This is why this is a UP show, because this is why you have made it. And so sometimes I really feel like me being here is an interruption.
But Dr. Richardson, you gotta wait now. Let Mo speak. Yeah, you know, you got Tewon Gonglo here, you got Prince Maxwell, you got Dr. Richardson, and you're gonna sit and call it a UP show. That's fine. But can we just move on, please, man?
If Mo just
so you
come,
know,
if Mo, sorry, I see you. But Mo, if Mo would just come and say, well, he can't deal with the rest of the other political parties because he can only talk to CDC, which will not come on this program. So what do you expect for me to think? What do you expect of people who support?
Well, you eating more at the time, though. Why you couldn't wait when we get back to you?
No, she's not eating my time. My time has been stopped. Don't say she's eating my time.
Your clock stop. You're right. That's a good way to put it. Go ahead, Mo. Your clock stop.
No, I'm sorry.
No, you're not eating his time. I just asked you. You gave him a chance to speak, please.
I want to take this. I want to take this time to speak to our people. There are misinformation out there by the CDC that once a president is elected in Africa, that president goes for 2 terms. Those listening to us, CDC is lying to you. Right here in Ghana, John Mahama was elected for 1 term and he got booted out because he didn't do the right thing. After Goodluck Jonathan ended the term of the former president Alhaji, his name slipped my mind, the one who died in Saudi Arabia, and when he was elected for 1 term, he went for a 2nd term, they beat him. The only thing that guarantees any president or 2nd term is the work you did in your 1st term. So when I listen to them, the second news they carry around, they will cheat to scare people away from voting. We really want to see where the CDC will pass to cheat. We really want to see it. Nobody will lie to you. Nobody can cheat here. They will only cheat if we do not protect our votes. That's why we are saying those who are going to be poll washers, be vigilant, and we will scrutinize people before we can select you as a poll washer. Also, like we did during the 2020 senatorial election, by the time you finish voting, you go, you come by, you sit down there. Leave there until they finish counting. And I can tell you the people are resolved. Yesterday, they said they put up crowd. That's why I sent you that video, Stanton. I really want you to play it. They promised motorcyclists thousands of dollars because they wanted crowd. They were protesting for their money. They were protesting for their money. The other guys have been a sedition since 2017, but right now they think the government do to us, and I'm voting for them again. They lied to us. They went around lying to the people. They will give them money. CDC is a bad omen for Liberia. Any political party that thrives on the poverty of the people is not a good political party. And like I was telling Kanye today in the debate, this man has got massive support from slum communities. West Point, Claratown, Vattown, Logantown, Crewtown. But those are the most affected, the most abandoned communities during his presidency. There has been absolutely no improvement. The people living conditions have been improved. And so you cannot think about electing that man. If the love the people show to Mr. Weah, if he had reciprocated, okay, if he has shown them that same love, West Point will be transformed. If he has shown them that same love, Nukutan will be transformed. If he has shown them that same love,
2 minutes
other
more.
places, other slum communities will be transformed. So don't listen to him. Do not listen to him. Thank you.
Thank you. While we focus this on President Weah, let me give my sister Fatima the chance to speak. Then we'll go to Prince Maxwell.
Thank you again, CEO. I just want all Liberians to be aware that we are fighting for the soul of Liberia. We really are. President Weah came to power. All the promises he made were failed promises. And you know the sad part? When he woke up one day, 6 years came too soon. And now he realized that, oh my God, 6 years is already here. If I'm leaving right now, what am I leaving with? Will it last me? My 80 millions is gone. What am I going to do? So this is it. He wants now to convince our people. He wants our people to open their eyes and go back and vote for him. My question to each Liberian is, what has he done for you? If you are better off 6 years ago, or you are better off now than you were 6 years ago, by all means, continue to buka dance. Continue to go and use kush, because I'm a social worker, and yesterday I was broken when I heard young Liberians, the backbone of our society, talking, we want kush, the thing that we are fighting to save them from, and they were there in numbers, telling themselves that they want kush. How can you save people like that? Don't you see? If you are not a Weashian, you are not a sedition. Judge Weah does not even acknowledge you. When he goes to his rallies, he calls for Weashians. He called for seditions. He forgot that it was Liberians who made him president. We have to come to terms with this, my people. We have to understand that our country is more important than every single one of us. Liberia is what unites each and every one of us. We need to come to terms and realize that this president was never good for Liberia. But you know what? We gave him the chance, and he showed us his true colors in 6 years. He did. He has done absolutely nothing for Liberia. And I'm going back to say that. Yesterday I was sitting and I got a call from one of my aunties, and she said something to me. She said, we love Liberia. We retired. We left America. We came here. This is our country. She said, but to even live here is becoming hard on us. She said, the sad part is the city is supplying electricity to Ivory Coast, but we don't even have electricity in the country. When we pay for our meters, we pay for our electricity, we're still waiting for numbers to put on our meters.
Thank you.
Our people are dragged into poverty. Poverty has become the order of the day. Our children are now crying that they want drugs. We got to reject President.
Thank you very much. And that's the issue, Prince. I know you're going to say what you want to say, but seriously, they have turned LEC into another cow cash. Okay, the same thing they did to the social work office. You guys call that place NASCO? The same thing that they are doing right now to LDC. Everywhere money can come from, these guys turn it into cow cash. And they are raking the money. They are bringing the money back. So it's true. The situation about LDC is bigger than we think. The situation about LDC now, the government want to control that money. The government say you're paid directly to LDC so President Weah can get his own court. But let me bring you in, Prince. Let me bring you in, talk to us, and then we'll go to another.
Excellent analysis, Stanton. Excellent analysis. I don't even know what to begin to add to what you said, because it's just overwhelming. But let me just try my best. To Liberian people that are listening, I want to let you know something, because for me, I'm a child of the war. From 1990 to 2003, I did not leave Liberia. So I saw every war and I experienced every war in Liberia. No panelist, I think, on the show got that over me. I saw it well. That is the reason why we are voting in this election. We are not voting in this election or voted in 2017 or voted in 2005 because we wanted to vote Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in office or vote George Weah. We are voting so that we can get away from the war era. We all were voting so that we can stay on the line for UN to give us food in Greenback and give us cocodolos and cornmeal anymore. That's why we voted. We voted so we can move away from those things we saw: small ball holding gun, having checkpoints, and indiscriminate killings. We voted so we can see children taking drugs, because children at that time in Liberia were using the gunpowder to get high and kill more people. Y'all know that very, very well. In Liberia, state in the country, y'all who stay in the country in the world know that very well. That's why we were voting. Now imagine that you have a president who brought the same drugs right back. The same drugs that our children, our young children, were taking at the time, 1990, on the streets of Liberia to kill people, the same drugs they're taking today. And then you still say you won't vote for this man. Imagine this. Let me give you an imagination. Right after the war, AFL were Pupu Platoon. Nobody wanted AFL soldiers around them. We should laugh at AFL soldiers. And as a matter of fact, most AFL soldiers were wearing old uniforms and tier uniforms. Today, what kind of AFL you got? Well-trained, disciplined, and respectful AFL, a force for good. Now imagine George Weah treating AFL the same way he's treating the civil servant, if not because of America. The only reason why AFL is still wearing new uniform, they are still looking very, very good, they are still looking respectable, is because the American government helping us to take care of them. But if we put all of them under George Weah and Samuel Twe and George will treat AFL the same way they treat the civil servant, they will get no uniform.
But Senator wanted the people money, and the chief of staff and disrespected him respectfully. But when we got it crib, Senator wanted to take the people money and run. He was trying to eat from the AFL soldier. They know that those folks that benefit everything.
I told you, they can bring the pepper and salt. I told you before.
No, but listen, man, we've been in this thing for too long, man.
I told you before, Stanton can bring the pepper and salt.
Anyway, Prince, let me go to Dwalu, then we'll ask you guys for you to speak exactly what's on your mind.
But let me just end quick this thing before I move on.
Yes.
Now, these are the things that I want you people to know, my Liberian people. The silent majority of Liberia has made a decision whether George Weah can have many red caps and blue caps or all the things he wants to do. The fact is the fact. Everywhere other than Monrovia, in a small place on our football field, George Weah Ben, everybody go, they can boo him. All the people you see booing George Weah in all the legal counties are the silent majorities. And they are all young people, and they have made it clear that they prefer a new candidate, and that candidate is Dr. Moniba. I know United Party don't like to hear me say this. They will be so angry that to the point where more will be kicking Bucky and running to come to the show to hear me talk. But that's the fact. My man, Mexico, listen to me already coming.
I got this thing. While I bring in Dwalu in, let me just read this real quick. It's important. Mo Ali then make additional by directive of the Standard Bearer of Unity Party Alliance and Rescue Mission, the Ambassador Joseph Yema Boyka Sr., the following personalities are hereby appointed to the national campaign team of the Unity Party Alliance and Rescue Mission with immediate effect. The appointed individual will serve on the media team of the campaign as members. Now, those names to the team are George Lobo. I thought George Lobo were already on the team. I don't know whether you're still. Yeah, George Lobo get a McDonald's drive-through, go and buy a McDonald's. He was already on the team. Mr. P. Morris Krumah, Mr. Laraman Newton, Mr. Jerry Nima Nipa. This guy is always on the midnight politics. Mr. King Soiree, Comrade Joe Wilson, Mr. Michael Doe Tupperson, Reverend Wendell Moore. Hold on, though. Is this the Wendell we know, Mo Ali? Anyway, Mo Ali will speak to these names. Ambassador Terry Genesis, Mr. Angresi A.O. Dwalu. Oh, I see what Dwalu asked to come on spoon. Her name on the lezo. Mr. Aaron Sengbe, Mr. Michelle Yes. Jupo, is that the name? Jupo. Anthony George Sa. Sa Muhammad Ali, spokesperson, the rescue mission. Before we come to you, Dwight, Muhammad Ali, you want to speak on these names and lists I just read to the folks? We try to upload it, but we're still working on it.
Well, yeah, you know, as the campaign goes on, more and more people are contributing and their efforts are being recognized. There are lots of names we can call, but we just want to appreciate all of them. There are some folks who would not want to be recognized openly because of the nature of what they are involved with. There are others who want to be recognized openly. But we also thought that expanding our media team gives us more leverage in the propaganda against the CDC. And we have a whole ocean of experienced people, of intellectuals who we thought we could unleash on the CDC so that they stand no chance in any debate. And that is the reason why consistently, even 2 weeks to campaign, we still name people, particularly to the media team. The other reason is, and when I say this, some of the men say, oh, instead of doing the right thing, you bashing the media. We do not have the capacity that the CDC has got to go in the newspapers and the radio stations like the CDC is doing. And newspapers are run as businesses. When you want to do advertisement in them, you have to pay. And for the most part, we do not have that level of capacity. But we are taught that making use of the widespread human capacity that we have, we sort of, make up for our absence in the newspaper. Because most of these people are social media influencers. They are influencers in their own way, and they have experience that we can tap on. That's why we will continue to expand our media team so that they can reach out to everywhere. So when you turn on every media institution, you are going to hear the Unity Party there, the Rescue Mission. So let me take this time to say congratulations to all those who the Standard Bureau has appointed. That list was given to me about 3 days ago, and the rescue model, in fact, had to threaten me today to put it out. So let me say apologies to those. And there will be another list coming up in the next 2 or 3 days. Again, expanding our media team. Thank you.
Yeah, so this exactly. Let me ask you, Prince. I'm sorry, Eduardo. I know your name is on the list. We'll bring you in. And my own friend and brother, I don't know why you guys kept his name back, George Lobo, because this man, we know him. He's running the McDonald's. He's running the McDonald's drive-through. He been there from day one. He said he's the son of Joseph Yeman Boakai, which I do not believe. But he's from Lofa County, so obviously you know how it is. We just got to be careful with George Lobo, because sometimes he can talk more than he thinks. He almost got JMB in trouble in Philadelphia. So we'll just keep an eye on these guys. But let me hear from you, Prince. What, Prince? Whoa, why Fadiga name is not on the list?
My name is now long time.
Let me
I want to push something I'm begging you. Huh?
Yeah.
No, Fadiga name was announced long time.
Also, Fadiga on the list.
Long time.
Fadiga was announced long time.
Okay. Okay.
Let me just ask this young gentleman a good question here, right? For the two of them, I come from the Unity Party because I hear them saying that they are decision makers and everything else. The Unity Party, they are pushing decision and everything else. I'm sure that the Liberian people want to know this question. Were you two young gentlemen a part of the decision that brought Bernard Ure and Henry Costa and later Prince Johnson to the Unity Party? Were you guys part of that decision-making process?
Mo Ali, let me just say this
You
for you
asking me?
personally.
Were you guys part of that decision-making process?
We got three
The
gentlemen.
both of them. The both of them. So Mr. Mo Ali and Mr. Fadiga.
Okay.
Were you two good gentlemen part of that decision-making that brought Bernard Ure and Henry Costa and later Prince Johnson to the Unity Party?
So let me say this. Let me go first. Firstly, like I told you the last time, I'm older than your standard bearer. And in this case, stop saying you two young men. As a matter of fact, Henry Costa is my friend and he remains my friend. And I'll even cherish when Henry Costa were to come back today and say, I'm back aboard the train. And discussion and decisions in Unity Party are not taken by one person. We discuss, we take decisions. And so the decision, there is no decision as to whether to bring Henry Costa and Prince Johnson, this and that. These people were sorted for. We went after them because we understand that we need to win an election. And I will go after Prince Johnson any day. Any day. And I do not regret Prince Johnson's support. As a matter of fact, the Unity Party cherishes Prince Johnson's support. We want Prince Johnson's support all of the time. If they put me on the mission to go talk to Prince Johnson again, I will be glad to do so. We want his support and we cherish his support. And I will end on this note.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. My question was, were the two of you part of the decision-making process that brought Bernard Ure and Henry Costa and Prince Johnson later to the Unity Party?
Maybe you're not listening. Maybe you're not listening. Decisions in the Unity Party are made based on consensus. But again, sometimes you like to show that you know too much about the UP and its history. The Unity Party collaborated with Mr. Ure. The Unity Party did not bring Mr. Ure on board. We collaborated with him, and there is a difference between collaboration and bringing somebody on board. You need to go and learn that. The Unity Party did not bring Henry Costa on board. The Unity Party collaborated with the ALP. Mr. Henry Costa is a member of the ALP, and Mr. Henry Costa was part of that collaboration. The Unity Party is collaborating with the MDRO, and Mr. Prince Johnson, Senator Prince Johnson, is the chair on the advisory council of the MDRO, and so we are collaborating with them. There is a difference between bringing on board and collaboration. And those collaboration decisions were made by the collective decision of the National Executive Committee of the Unity Party. So I hope you can stop distracting us now so that we can deal with the CDC. Thank you.
Okay. So before you go, let's welcome our brother, retired Colonel Ed Raymond Gray. Eddie, thank you for joining us. And let me just ask my few seconds, Eduardo. I know you're coming, I'm backing you. You say you guys collaborated with ALP. So ALP folks work along with you guys like Bernard Ure, Heren Pedro Costa, who is a friend of mine, of course. And I want to ask you, are you guys still in conversation? Spokesman Mo Ali, are you guys still in conversation? Are you guys trying to bring them back on board? When was the last time you guys met to discuss? We are receiving information, I would say, because I got to be fair with the Liberian people, but you guys still after Heren Costa. Can you clear the air tonight?
There are certain conversations that we are into. We do not disclose to the public because we are in conversation.
Can you stop laughing, Prince? I beg you. The spokesman is speaking, please.
Henry Costa remains a very good friend. As a matter of fact, we had a very good conversation a few days ago on Tuesday, and there is no hatred between us and them. And like I said, we would love to have them declare support and come back on the rescue train with the collaboration, and we will do everything to reach out to everyone because we want to win an election. We want to remove Mr. Weah from power. And in order to remove Weah from power, we need to reach out to people who have influence and who can bring in numbers. That's how far I can stop.
So, but Mo, let me be fair now. I do not want to drag you into this thing. Please.
Oh, we've been fair.
But yeah, but no, Liberians people deserve better, Mo. Can you just help us? You guys, Unity Party, and that's what Prince wanted to ask. He sent it to me, so let me ask it. Prince said, Unity Party is in conversation with ALP, especially Herman Pedro Costa and Ben Nayiri. Is that true, Mo?
What I can tell you is that we are in conversation with everyone. There are certain things you do when there are certain level of conversation, you do not run to the public. We are in conversation with so many political actors. And those conversations will remain as they are until we can get the necessary results, the needed results that we are after. When that happens, we will come to the public appropriately. So there are a wide range of political actors that we are after in the most positive way because we need their support.
Okay, we will welcome Abula Mame. Thank you for joining us. Dualu, please, you have your 2 minutes there.
Gentlemen, Colonel Gray, welcome to the show. My brother Abdullah, assalamu alaikum. Well, let me say this to you guys. I hate going back off track. The focus here must every single howitzer should be pointed at President Weah.
Why do you want to control our tone, man?
No, I'm controlling your tone.
No, please free to say what you want to say.
I don't want us to.
I want to ask you the same question though, because you're very slick, Duadu. Mo Ali, he choose not to answer the question directly. But you know, Mo, you know, Duadu. Are you also on this thing that they should go after Costa, and Costa is that big fish that UP really need right now?
Let me tell you something. On the show, the first time I came on the show, I listed 5 criteria that is required for a person to win presidency in the location. And the 4th one was called political collaboration or political alliance. Sometimes you make decisions to get you the entire aim to get to that point you're trying to get. Look, Mr. Comey says something, and I'm going to quote this. Honorable Braga said the first part, I love the way Mr. Comey put it. He said, this is what Mr. Comey says. We will take the good, we will take the bad, and our goal will be the aim to make them good. The UP organization is intending to take every single Liberian, irrespective of where they are, and the aim is to transition them into a Liberia that we all can appreciate. This is Honorable Braga. Look, I encourage people, go to joebraga.com and read for yourself. The aim and the vision of this man is total transformation of our society. Look, when Mo talk about, when my brother Hassan talk about understanding the local understanding of Liberia, it was not to alienate anybody. There are certain factors in the country that it takes some time for you to understand. When people say Honorable Baka being government for 50 years, they think it's a job at Bwaka. It's actually a plus for him because he understands the country. He understands the nuances in the country. He understands how our government works. In order to fix a problem, you must understand the nitty-gritty of that problem. And the nitty-gritty of governance in Liberia is entirely understood by Honorable Bwaka because he spent so much time in the system. And he has not
Did you vote for Bwaka 2017?
2017, in the country, I didn't vote 2017 in Liberia, no. But I will be voting this year.
When you started supporting Bwaka?
I started looking initially when 2 years ago. I supported.
Please don't send me any more question. I'm begging you. You can ask your question yourself, please. Don't do that to me.
Listen now. 2 years ago, my support was for Mr. Cummings, and I went public. I'm on the drive. I'm the co-host on the drive. We've been on the drive for almost 2 years, And on that very drive, and I told you the decision why I switched from Mr. Cummings. There were certain
So
decisions.
you are supporting Mr. Cummings.
Yes.
But
Initially.
take your time. No, we want to enjoy you tonight. Please pause for a minute. Please pause for a minute. Now it gets interesting.
Okay.
We have another person on the show that was supporting Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Al Hassan Fadika.
Yes.
And now I want you to tell our audience, not the McDonald drive-through or John Lobo who came in tonight. I want you to tell our audience here on Spoon Talk that you want to support Mr. Cummings. Why the change of heart?
You see, like I said, my houses are going to be pointed at President Weah. What I do is, Mr. Cummings has his position. I don't have no criticism against anybody else. The reason why I didn't support Mr. Cummings has already been explained. I am not going to re-explain it. What I will tell you.
No, but you didn't tell us, though. You are on another network. And
I
you got
understand
Mr.
that.
Cummings representative Remy Gray here. Dr. Rich is saying you supported Mr. Cummings all this time. Now it's like Mr. Cummings folks will say you're a flip-flopper. You know what I mean here.
Mr. Cummings,
why are you not supporting Mr. Cummings now? Can you help us understand?
I will summarize that in one sentence. Other people got to come in. Mr. Cummings made some decisions that I believe hurt him politically. And those decisions, look, Mr. Cummings lost. Look, let me just quote Sun Tzu for a second. A general, I keep saying this, who focuses only on the other general and not the
Sun Tzu
he's operating out of, is a general that's already lost the war. Honorable Cummings is not focusing on the terrain that he's going to fight in. His strategy is going to fail. It's not personal. It's about meeting an end. And he cannot meet that end with the strategy he's employed. He had an opportunity to leverage a position, and I think he feel like that. I'll give it back to you guys.
No. We stick with you 1 second. What was the opportunity? You got to be very clear. Which opportunity are you talking about?
Let me tell you something. If you want to become a carpenter, you go as an apprentice.
Dualu, Stanton like Cheche Pole.
I know where you're getting that. Trust me. You go to another carpenter and you learn the trade, because initially you may not have all the tools. You don't have your hammer, your chasers, and everything you need to do carpentry. I'm not suggesting vice presidential position, but sometimes if you look at the terrain, you have to leverage your position. Even in the corporate world, sometimes you listen.
Which one he didn't leverage, Dualu?
There's a lot of positions that was not leveraged. Look,
you already give us few.
If you come into the public sphere, and you want to achieve something, those in that sphere, you must seek their understanding. I think my boy and Prince said he stayed in Liberia for the entire war. I'm the opposite. 1990, I left. I did not go back to Liberia to 2007.
Why did Mr. Cummings?
So if I went, listen now.
I get to Cummings now. I got to move on to the other people, please.
Go to the point. Why you scared of? Go to the point.
Name me some.
No, it's not about naming some, because my focus is not Mr. Cummings. My focus is
understand.
You mad people, they want that Cheche Pole for all of you. Leave that alone.
Mo. The man said just come on Spoon Talk. We gotta grade him, okay? The man, few years back, I was watching this guy on my brother George Lobo's show. Okay, the man will attack anybody that go after Mr. Cummings. He was one of Mr. Cummings' Goliath.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not talking about the other petty people that are out there that cry and causing power costs. No, this man, he will attack with everything in him. With enough reason to convince you that you must support Mr. Cummings. Today, he must name for us at least 5 reasons he's not supporting Mr. Cummings.
Okay,
before we move on.
Let me do it 10. You know how to talk fast. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cummings does not understand what alliance means when it comes to the political issues on the ground in Liberia. That's number 1. I want you to be counting. Number 2, Mr. Cummings has to understand the local politics in terms of how votes are tabulated in each location and how they acquire. That's number 2. Number 3, there were certain messages Mr. Cummings was getting from people in the diaspora who stay away from the country, not understanding what is actually unfolding in the country. And he listened more to that side. Number 4, Mr. Cummings did not understand his true position in Liberia initially and how to leverage that position to get him the result that he wanted. Number 5, let me give you this. Mr. Cummings kept touting the issue about Mr. Cummings got money. Mr. Cummings got money. If Mr. Cummings had all this money, what was he waiting for the money to work for him? How come he didn't find the best and better minds to surround himself in Liberia? I'm not saying people in the diaspora say no. Bring them on board. Say, listen, leave your job. Come down here. Let's formulate a strategy and let's get the result that we want. You have to win or you have to put yourself in position to be able to win to govern. When people say that, they say, "Oh,
let's go to 6. Let's go to 6.
Number 6. Look, it's not like I will listen to it. Number 6. There was this message being touted about Mr. Cummings and the issue of homosexuality. And I believe Mr. Cummings delayed too much to address that head on. That diminished in so many ways. It was not addressed initially. This is a society that is less than 50.
You were there to advise him. Why couldn't you?
I was not an insider. I was a mere supporter of Mr. Cummings. I was not an insider. Look,
okay.
I don't bite my tongue when it comes to giving people advice. This is why I was screaming, I'm like, listen, guys, Mr. Cummings has an opportunity here. You have to seize the opportunity and build on the opportunity. People, if after the watch day, they will say, oh.
7, Duadu, 7.
Okay, they will say, oh, Duadu wanted Mr. Cummings to take VP position. Let me tell you something. If you stay out of Liberia for some time and you come here VP, it's a mighty position to be able to get to your end. It was a means to an end. And people thought this was a negative. It was actually a positive.
7.
But I don't remember. I got to say anything about it, but it's a bunch of.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me bring Eddie Gray. Eddie, Dr. Richardson grading papers right now, school open.
Yeah.
You're the only ANC guy here, man. I'm so surprised you're hearing this from Mr. Duadu and you're just smiling. Mr. Duadu is killing Mr. Cummings on this one.
No.
Well, Stanton, the thing about supporting political candidates, it's a personal choice. People have their own messages within their mindset, that tell them exactly where next to go. If you're driving on the freeway and you are headed to a particular destination, and you say, "Oh well, let me branch off and go get something from the filling station or the gas station, or a quick stop," it doesn't mean that you will not get to your destination. It just means that it simply means that you are finding something to accompany you on that trip to your destination. Dualu made a point, and there are certain points in what he said that makes sense. And that could be his own personal reason for switching side. Some of us have other resolve in us to say, look, when I put my mind somewhere, my destination is to the gas station. I mean, is to this point. I'm not going to veer off my point to go, to the gas station. Maybe somewhere will catch my attention and I will end up not getting to my destination. Everyone has a way of reaching to their destination. For Dualu, he wanted to see leadership in Liberia. Maybe he feels Cummings is not the individual that can satisfy that thirst. But we are behind Cummings, me especially, because I've seen the leadership of Ambassador Buckeye. I've seen the leadership of George Weah. I've seen the leadership of those who claim to have experience in our Liberian politics for 170 some more years, maybe 177 years. And look at us. We're not even at the bare minimum. If that experience is what someone counts on to get us to that destination, I don't want history to judge me as a part of. Because you know what? At the end of the day, when you should have accomplished your quest or your thirst, you'll find yourself that you made the wrong decision. Just as how people made the wrong decision with a guy from Gibraltar who does not even understand how to run his own home, and you put that individual over a country simply because your mind will tell you maybe this guy will do better. We've tried all the other people. If you try, he gave an analogy of a carpenter. If you try the carpenter to fix you a set of furniture and he failed at doing it, are you going to go to the apprentice, for God's sake? The thing about it is we continue to make the same mistake, hoping that something will just click in the mind of God to say, let's change this country through this individual. It's not going to happen. Some of us, regardless who wins this election, we are going to sit down and wait for the result. Just as I would patiently sat, waited for Mr. Weir to harness
It's
his
6
own
years.
the boy
Yeah.
from Gibraltar,
Yeah.
and it happened that people have seen that this was a waste of their time. Some of us are sitting supinely again waiting that if the wrong decision is made, Liberia, at least 177, we can still wait for another 6 years, for someone to prove whether or not they have the,
Remy,
the, the ball.
Remy, thank you. You say you agree with Mr. Duado, though. He
On
named
some
seven
issues, yeah.
stuff. Yeah,
On
which
some
one is the issue for him leaving Commies? You agree with him on some issues?
I mean, the issue of supporting somebody, look, the issue of one of the reasons why most people will leave Cummings is not good at citing people who are supporting him with unconditionally. That is a skill every politician should have.
Say
The
that again.
moment
Say that again. Commies is not good at what?
at citing people who are supporting him unconditionally.
Okay.
You understand? Political support, sometimes if somebody takes on the social media or the public sphere and speak on your behalf favorably just one time, politicians are very good at saying, oh, that guy is on my side. Pick
Okay.
up the phone, call that guy.
So you are saying from the Commies camp, Mo Ali, I want you to hear this though. That's one of Commies' many weaknesses. That's what you are saying. Wow.
It doesn't call anybody.
Wait a minute. This is Remy Gray.
I can tell you that. That, in my opinion, probably was what shied Dualu away. And you know what? If you are trying your best, somebody is not. You see someone talking for you on a public landscape, like Spoon. I want to know how many times has even Cummings speak up the phone and call Madam Richardson. I want to know.
Are you kidding me? Wow, ladies and gentlemen. No. Mo, something happened here. This
No,
is
politicians should.
Remy, is that real? You are the real person here.
No, I'm just saying something. I'm just saying something. I'm just asking a question. I don't know. Maybe they talk every day, but I just want to know how many times.
What about you? How many times they call you?
Me?
Yeah.
I can divulge that information, but we talk every day.
Oh, okay.
You talk to Cummings every day, or you talk to
Every
people
day.
from the party?
I talk to Cummings every day.
You're a man of God and you go to church. You're not going to tell us.
I have access to him.
No,
I call him every day.
If you can call you every day,
I can pick up the phone and call him.
Why you think you will not call that a Richardson?
Hold on, mommy, I beg you.
No.
Prove you right or wrong, pick up the phone and call Cummings now. Let's see.
No. Here's the deal.
But
the way I've been calling Cummings, I would tell him I will be calling you such and such time, and I pick up the phone and call him. He's there waiting.
Okay,
That's
so
how
by appointment.
I respect his son.
So by appointment.
Yeah.
But to tell you the truth, for me, right? Yeah, let me leave it. I shouldn't get myself in trouble. Go ahead, mommy. Mommy, go ahead. You want to call your political leader, though they are political leader, but even if they miss your call, they should call you back immediately. Or they should text you, listen, I'm in a meeting, I hit you up later. You want to be free. I agree with what you are saying, but it's shocking. Maybe Dualu took something out of you tonight to say what you are saying. That on a public, Maxwell, this show, Liberians are hearing what Remy Gray say. One of the worst thing of Mr. Cummings, he doesn't recognize his supporter, and he cannot just call it. It's shocking to me. Mama, help me out here. You from Taiwan, go look at. If I call Taiwan right now, he pick up. To tell you guys the truth. If I call Joseph Yeman Boyka, the ambassador, sometimes I can say, Papa, I'm going to bed. Taiwan, pa, he will talk all night. You got some people that will Yombly. If I call Yombly, he answer. They don't buy and say, Jim Brown, let's talk. Let's just talk about that. Prince Johnson, he's there. Jeremiah Kun will call me and here and there. But then.
Wait. Are you called the Lord just now?
James Brown.
Are you called the Lord just now?
James Brown.
James Brown.
Oh,
Break
okay,
dancer.
thank you for that name.
I'll
You
call
don't know
him
that?
tomorrow. You see,
We
Stan,
never called
I
Delon
just wanted to
Delon
confirm it. I just wanted to confirm it.
Yeah, when we were growing on, and they didn't know about Delon James Brown. Go ahead, Abula.
Stan, let me tell you something. What Dwalu said and what Remy Gray alluded to is the sentiment across ANC and the base and structure that was established for the 2017 election.
Wow.
Look at ANC today. Go back and review the pictures and videos of 2017 election. The community mobilizers, the different structure that were established across the country, their involvement into the campaign process, how they were activated on social media and on the radio stations. How many of them you see posting pictures for Kumis? How many of them you see participating in discussion to defend Kumis? We know bright, intelligent university students, former leaders of universities, who are heading the youth league and in different youth positions of the ANC. We don't see them visibly on social media, on radio, talking for Kumis. Even those at the top. While Kumi was in Grand Cape Mount yesterday, campaign leaders of ANC were posting saying, congratulations to CDC for the rally. Politics is now
ANC campaign leaders?
ANC campaign leaders were posting, congratulations to George Weah. Election is now war. You did an excellent job. You show your strength. But they were not talking about what Cummins were doing in Grand Cape Mount County. But leave the big leaders. Look at the small children, the grassroots actors, those children who can come on Facebook and talk and explain. How many of them you see posting for Cummins? Besides the chief of office staff and one time and the packet tomorrow will come. Or when they come on Facebook to even post that comedy they post, they don't post structural issues. But here is the reason why. They have all agreed that Cummins cannot win the election. The second reason is that Remy Gray says Cummins doesn't appreciate or recognize and appreciate people who work for him. For somebody to recognize and appreciate you, they must first know and acknowledge that what you're doing is helpful. Cummins doesn't believe most of the things you people are doing for him can help him. He pretends. He doesn't believe it. He is brainwashed into Western style politics, and he cannot easily adapt to local style politics and appreciate people who are grandstanding and pushing local style politics. So he doesn't appreciate it. He appreciates these people who sit in America and talk sweet talk. But those on the ground who understand ground politics, he doesn't care. An example, I will conclude on this. You can call me any name you want to call me. I make no apologies. In America, any one of you can sit here clearly and say, if a Democratic candidate picks 2 black persons and put on their ticket, they will defeat them because they are minorities. You will say it, and nobody will say you racist. In Liberia, Cummins' insensitivity to the cultural sentiments of the people was exemplified when he selected his running mate. Cummins is from the minority. It's clear. He's a Congo man. Charlene is a Congo girl. It's clear. Nobody's saying they are not qualified or competent, but the fact that you are not aware of the cultural sentiments of putting 2 minorities on a ticket and taking to the majority and say vote for them, it tells you how insensitive he is. Call me anything you want to call me, but that is the reality. And it is that reality that is reflected downward, for which he can easily appreciate some of the things people are doing for him because he doesn't even know that they are important for him. That's why he doesn't appreciate.
Wow.
Can I counter that a little bit?
Yeah, that give you the chance. Please do, please.
You know,
And then we'll go
27.
to Chris Maxwell, Mo Ali, Al Hassan, Fatima, and Duado will take us home to the phone line. Go ahead, brother Eddie.
2017, it was the same euphemism that greeted Cummings when he came on the landscape. That you share this Congo background, quote unquote. So therefore, bring a countryman, and he went and grabbed an unknown figure, thinking that this was a Pele guy from
Brother man unknown right now.
unknown, relatively unknown, an unknown Pele guy. No malice to the Pele people, but the guy they brought in, it was the same sentiment
By
that
the way, not to cut you off, I heard he's forming a own political party.
Jeremiah Solonte has been this individual who has been in Liberian politics for X amount. Furthermore, he's a Solonte, and he's a former Liberian ambassador to the United States. He's well known. He's grounded. Blah blah blah, and he became the weaker link. When it comes to Charlene, you cannot dismiss the fact that she also is a daughter of Grand Bassa. It's a viable belt in our political landscape. Dualo knows that he's a Bassa guy. The thing about life is sometimes Ebola. Oh, sorry, my bad. Thing about it is you have to look at other variables as well in politics. This was to appeal to the female sentiment. At least we had a Grand Bassa daughter that was let down in a major political party simply because they felt the Bassa people don't have the vote. And so therefore they lean towards Nimba County.
That's a good spin.
And today they are using the same Bassa girl as the poster child to beef up now something that they could have effortlessly done. They instead of choosing her, they let the Bassa people down. Now they are the messenger in this in other political camp. We have smoking peace pipes, so some of us don't want to go too deep before other people before we scratch too deep and reach our grandfathers or grandmothers' bone. But the thing about life is we needed the Bassa people to be represented. You understand? In this election. And so therefore Charlene plays that.
Real quick before I leave you, Eddie, before we go to Prince Maxwell, do you think that Charlene helping Cummings? Has she helped Cummings? Because since the name Charlene came about, though, like Jeremiah Kuhn, the whole people in Nimba went crazy. Look what is happening in Nimba. Prince Johnson said, I'm not even going to Montserrat. He and Jeremiah Kuhn locked down the dead person we are. Say, you can't come here. You will come here and play Uno football with 11 people, but you will not make it. You will not break through. Jeremiah Cohen is coming down with the Mandingo, the Gio, the Mano, hitting to Grand G. They're coming down in bomb. Tell me exactly, make the comparison. I beg you, my brother. What have Charlene Bronskin done to elevate Mr. Cummings?
You see, I think unfairly, if you remove the veil from your face or your eyes, you will see that.
Okay, let me remove it. Go ahead.
Look that bucker, the one the Islamic women wear.
Okay, no problem.
So Charlene has really brought some level of attention. She has this captivating way. She has this captivating way of reaching out to young voters, especially young girls, young women. She has this captivating look that brings people closer. The thing about Charlene, the difference between Charlene and the Buckeye camp, Joseph Buckeye by himself is a stronger candidate. I'll put it that way, cleverly. By
so
himself,
is Cummings a weaker candidate?
You see that you don't learn to wait.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
You always want to put the cart before the horse.
I always keep my reset before reset. Go ahead.
So, by himself, he won Nimba County. Joseph Boakai won a lot of vote in Nimba County. So if he brings somebody from anywhere, had he brought in even Yombly Kanga, this would have been the euphemism that we'll be playing on now. It would be like Joseph Boakai got the vote. But you know what? That is why Jeremiah Kun, some places he goes, they boo him. You know that in Nimba. So it's not like all is rosy there. It's a divided land as well. But you seeing where you seen a rousing welcome, greeting him, but you're not looking at the side where he's been booed. But nowhere has Charlene ever been in Bassa and she was booed. Neither was Mr. Cummings.
Thank you. Because we got to go very quick. Thank you, Eddie.
So I would tell you that Charlene brought a lot of things.
So very quick, you think Charlene would deliver Bassa to Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Okay,
clearly,
thank you.
No doubt.
Thank you, Prince. Go ahead, Prince.
Well, I've listened to all my panelists. Wonderful, and retired Colonel Remy Gray. It's not your turn. Do not interrupt my turn.
Bring that information.
You said when up.
Go ahead, Mo.
Negative way you get to. I don't need 2 minutes. I need 30 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead.
I need Colonel Remy Gray, retired Colonel Remy Gray, to show this platform and the Liberian people a single thread of evidence where our Vice Tenor Bureau was booed in Nimba. I'm challenging him to that because that has never happened. We see video evidence of President Weah being booed everywhere. We can say President Weah has been booed in the Western counties. I'm waiting for that before the show ends. Thank you.
Well, Prince, you're going to speak, but we will wait for our brother Eddie to bring up the video that we can share, because I let when the boo politician I want to share it. So Eddie, that give Prince a time. Go in your cell phone and find that video. Go on social media, find it and send it, please.
Then you're gonna distract me, but I've made a statement. I will prove it someday. Maybe even if I'm not on the show, I will send it to you. So we can still make progress.
Is it on social media? Is it on social
I'll
media?
look for it. It's in the world.
It's in the world. It's in the world. Go ahead, Prince.
Again, I've sat here and I've listened to my distinguished colleagues give their position on their party. It's Stanton. Where are you, Stanton? Where are you? To Liberian people, it is clear. Every time I come on air here and I say to you all that there has been a tectonic shift in Liberian body politics as it pertains to electioneering strategies on the ground in Liberia, door to door, and that shift has now gone in the direction of Dr. Moniba. Most of you will come up and say, "Oh, Max, you're talking too much about Dr. Moniba." There is right now within Liberia, based on the many mistakes and pitfalls of the legacy political parties in Liberia and the decisions that they have made that have shifted the thinking of the ordinary young voters, first-time voters today. That silent majority now focuses directly on Dr. Moniba because of the level of frustration and the many years of letdown they have been through. It is really empowering to sit here and listen to my colleagues when they're trying to find a gap. It's okay to try to find a gap and to say how your party is and your party is not. But the fact is, what is happening on the ground? We do see many yellow, red and blue caps. We do see that all over the place. And we do see a lot of yellow or green t-shirts floating all over the place. But in truth, we'll prefer to see more green t-shirts. In truth, we would prefer to see more green t-shirts. But let's talk about the red caps in the blue caps, because we know the green t-shirts are not important. Eventually, they're not important. But the red caps and the blue caps are what we are here for. Because treating Liberians as a communist style politics is wrong. Liberia is a democracy. We practice democracy. We do not practice military style partisanship. And we see CDC indoctrinating the young people of Liberia, gingering anger in our politics, as opposed to good argument and good analysis and good debate. We've seen many protests that turned into blood on the street because CDC was fully involved in that or provoked that. We've seen CDC turn their weapons of attack against students from the UL and other campuses because they dare to stand up and advocate for democracy, for free press, free everything. These protests that you see happening on the ground, and these young people that have been involved in that vanguard advocacy are now shifting their allegiance to Dr. Moniba because they now understand the only choice that is there for their future. It's Dr. Moniba, because Dr. Moniba is the man in the mirror that looks just like them. They understand that. They understand there's a relation that is there. And that relation is solid. Nobody can ever accuse Dr. Moniba of being insensitive to traditional practices of Liberia. That is impossible. Nobody can ever accuse Dr. Moniba of being insensitive to the bread and butter issue of Liberians. That is impossible. We've seen an avalanche of attacks, or mountains of attacks on Dr. Moniba from every quarter, mostly coming out of the Unity Party. He's this, he's that, he's not this, he's not that. We are still marching because the silent majority don't care about those attacks. They know where it's coming from, they know what it's made of. Garbage propaganda, garbage politics. Right now, Dr. Moniba is in every county, and none of you guys on this, I dare you deny that. He's formed a movement that is breaking grounds. From Maryland to Sino, from Sino to Nimba, from Nimba to every corner of Buffalo.
Is he in the southeastern region now?
He's already now. We are now taking our advocacy to the southeast.
He in the southeastern region now? Where is he?
He just went to Grand Bassa. He just came from Grand Bassa.
No.
He's about to get ready.
Right now? Is he in Sino?
Right now, I cannot divulge that information because it's sensitive. But I can tell you, just few days, just last week. No. Stanton. It is night. Stanton. It is night in Monrovia. It is night in Liberia. Tomorrow morning, ask me. Where he is. I'll tell you. But I can tell you, just last week, he was in Grand Bassa County.
I understand that. I'm asking
you know that exactly.
Maryland, Grand
Day before yesterday, he was in bombing. Day before yesterday, in bombing county.
Yeah, but I'm asking you now because he got
today he was coming right back from there. But you want me to tell you right now where he is? Center, you're distracting me.
All right, let's move on. We gotta wrap this thing up.
Yeah,
so that is what it is.
And guys, please, while we do this, we gotta go to the phone now. Please don't leave us. We're begging you. The people got to talk. Okay, we're bringing Mo Ali, Fatima Al Hussein, and Duadu will take us to the phone line. Spokesman Mo.
No, man. Mo Ali already finished talking. Why you
no, man. After Mo, it's coming up to you. Mo Ali spoke already.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. It makes no difference to me. You guys from UP just singing the same song.
No, Prince asked me one question before.
But why all of you guys refusing to ask Duadu question why he left comments? But anyway, go ahead.
No, Duadu, I know why. We all know why Duadu left comment. I remember when did he call? I don't know, a few months ago, Duadu had come from, I think you had just come from Liberia. He called me and said, I saw your analysis somewhere on Facebook. Well, Anybody want to know why I left Cummings? I have a video on Facebook that actually went viral. I think it got over 100,000 views. And I was very explicit why I left Mr. Cummings. I don't think he's a bad person. I just don't think this whole president thing in Liberia is for him. And the reason is simple. He's squandered a lot of opportunities. He missed a lot of opportunities, and he might probably get it again. It's a mixture of blessing and competence and knowledge. So Cummings is politically immature. Not to be demeaning, but I don't think he had reached that level of political maturity as far as Liberia is concerned. He made a lot of mistakes. The people around him, I don't know what. Part of it is his personality. I've spoken to Mr. Cummings before. I've spoken to Ambassador Boyka before. If you sit in a room with Mr. Cummings or you speak with him on the phone, the difference is clear. He's not a people person. Liberian people, voters, the electorates, they want someone that they can identify with. In American politics, they say they want that guy that looks like someone you can drink beer with. That is why a lot of people gravitated towards President Weah, because they still remember that young guy from Gibraltar, that soccer star. They did not know they were electing a thief. Someone that would bring drugs in the country and loot the country. That's why they forgot to know that this man, he still got his Nyana boy and Guana boy attitude from the slum, and he's exhibiting that in the presidency. But as far as Mr. Cummings is concerned, like Mose, I don't think we should dwell on those people. I see Clarence talking about Dr. Monima. Look, the sad thing is so funny when Prince talk about Dr. Monima. Well, firstly, he's not going anywhere. We know that, and it's a nice try that he's trying up in this election, and he might probably get 1 or 2 votes here. I'll be very shocked if he get over 1,000 votes. I was very shocked. So I want us to get serious, and the reason why my personal problem with Dr. Monima is because as a young man like myself, well, I'm older than him actually, but as a young man, I admire his tenacity, his desire to do something for his country. But every serious politician is guided by something. Politicians are guided by data, polling data. You cannot say you are a serious-minded politician and you don't know where you stand in the poll. By now, every politician in Liberia knows where they stand. We all know that this is a 2-horse race between Ambassador Boyka and George Weah. At the end of the day, we will have to choose between the two. You go up and come down. It is what is. Except something mysterious happen, that is not going to change. So for you to know that we are fighting against people that do not play by the rule, people that do not care about the rule of law, and we want to rescue this country, I think people like Dr. Monima and other folks should be to get out of the race. Make this a one-time thing. Ensure that there is no possibility that George Weah can ever be re-elected. That this nightmare that we are put upon ourselves will be over. So when I see people in the race just occupying space, it pains me because our future is at stake. You know, I know people will come around second round. Why go second round and get to the team first round? So when I hear people talking about Cummings and this and that, I'm not talking about Cummings anymore. I don't even think Cummings is in this race anymore. Look, the Ambassador Boyka is the only candidate in the race.
Second, Fadiga, we must go to the phone line, please.
Even with all him being on the campaign trail,
I gotta take my 2 minutes though.
Yeah, Mo Ali will there too.
Yeah, but listen for
Mo. I'll yield to Mo Ali. I'll yield to you.
Yeah,
Stanton, I sent you a video.
Mo, I beg you. Hold on 1 minute. Let me bring in Fatima because then you will just take us to the phone line. Let you be the last. I beg you. Fatima, go ahead, sister. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No problem. I'm patient. I
hold
just
on. How
want
you
to
so
say,
be patient with more about money you don't do it. You send me all of my text messages. Go ahead, Fatima.
oh my God. Anyway, CEO, politics is a numbers game. I mean, I've been sitting here listening to the guys, and I want people to understand politics is a numbers game. This election is one of the most consequential elections of our lifetimes. And CEO, first of all, I heard you saying something. That's a big, major misconception. CEO said that, oh, George Weah is paying people's WIAC fee. But let me just counter that. It's true that he's paying it, but in the name of harmonization, didn't he cut their parents' salaries from $150 to $45? And if the WIAC fees is only $60, if he gave them back the $150, they could pay and still have some change left over. So I'm just saying, if people are saying, oh yeah, he paid WIAC fee, yeah, he has more than enough, because in the name of harmonization, he did cut the people's family salaries. He did. So can we speak to that? That's all I'm saying. Can we speak to that fact? He cut the salaries. And second thing I also wanted to say is that I was just listening, and I saw someone just send me a message stating that Cummings, when Cummings
in America and your LDC gone?
I beg you, yeah. My LDC will never go. I went to the door to open the door. Okay. So we were talking something that there was somebody sent me a message. I'm not sure how true it is, and I would like to attack people personally. The person said when Cummings came to Liberia to tell the Liberians he wanted to run for presidency 2017, what he did was belittling to the Liberian people. I just got a text message. I don't know how true it is. But the person said, please say this. She said he had people carrying him in Hammer like they were slaves, and that sent a bad message, a bad taste in the Liberian people's mouth. They didn't want to lift Congo people like they were slave owners and they were slave masters. The second thing I'm also gonna say here is that, my people, this thing is clear. I know people are talking about Dr. Moneyba. Friends, I don't mean to jump on that end, but let me explain. Politics is a numbers game, and I keep emphasizing this. Like my brother said, everybody knows as to where they're at. And honestly, I spoke to some of my ANC brothers and sisters, and I see that what they're doing, we shouldn't even bet on them, because a lot of them said in second round, they are going to give their support to the CDC. That's what they're going to do. So Dr. Moneyba and the likes of him, the other people who are well-meaning Liberians who want change into this country, let's unite under one umbrella and push Joseph Nyeman Boakai to where he needs to go to take our country further. My people, this election is not for joke. Our country is down the drain. Our people are hungry. Our children, although they don't understand it, Kush is destroying the future of our children. And we sit there in good faith that people are walking around with muya asking us to overwhelmingly re-elect George Manneh Weah. I saw in the comment, I was just saying, somebody said, oh, that he is his ex. Let me inform you guys. I know George Manneh since I was a little girl. He is my brother. We grew up in Vital. You were in Gibraltar. He used to come to my grandfather's here. Sheriff Yah in Vital to play soccer. He's been my brother for many years. I love him. But you know what? Between me and y'all, I love Liberia more. Liberia is what unites each and every one of us. And I can put my life. That's why I tell you, I don't give a damn. Whatever we need to do to get Liberia. Oh, sorry for the. I don't care. Whatever we can do for the soul of Liberia. We're fighting for the soul of our country. I don't understand why people don't understand. Listen, we are fighting for Liberia. Liberia and Liberians. We're not fighting for Weahsians or sedition. We're fighting for all Liberians under one umbrella. Let's eradicate this cancer that's destroying the very soul of Liberia in the name of George Manneh Weah. And so Dr. Moneyba is welcome on the train. The train have a lot of spaces. Dr. Moneyba is welcome. All the political leaders are welcome.
Now you're making me think about Kowu Gono, because I don't know where is she, but because that's exactly what she said. Come on, welcome everybody.
The train is free. Anybody who wants to get on, you don't even need to pay money. You don't even need to do anything. And the young people are so fired up and ready to go. They are printing their own T-shirts. They are doing whatever they can.
Let's bring in. Thank you very much. Sorry to call you Kowu Fatima. Thank you very much. Yes, let me bring in Bo Ali. Bo Ali, take us home now. You and Dualu.
Yeah, for my 2 minutes, please. Can you please play that video I sent you for my 2 minutes? I don't want to talk. I want to listen to that video.
This one.
District 17.
District number 17, yeah. District number 17, yeah. The rescue mission say yeah. On behalf of the rescue father, the rescue team, our vast Lieutenant Bearer Jeremiah Kpankun, the rescue mother, Senator Nyomli Kanga Lawrence, on behalf of the entire rescue team, we say thank you to district number 17. I want to say one thing in 1 minute and then I'm done. On September 17, they coming Sunday, it will be September 10, and the Sunday after the Sunday that was September 17, we will shake this country. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I want you to hear it. And all districts across Maserado County under the sound of my voice by means of radio and social media. On September 17, it will be on Sunday. It will be after church service. Just what we did on December 6 on 2020. On September 17, Sunday, we will shake this country to death, George. We are tired with this nonsense. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. On September 17, I want District 17 and Maserado County to listen to me. T-shirt or no T-shirt, cap or no cap, banner or no banner, sticker or no sticker. Come outside, let's check this country to drive George. We are a gang out of here. It is on this note. It is on this note. It is on this note. On behalf of the rescue father himself, Joseph Nima Pwaka.
Wait, let me ask you something more. Is that today? I'm not telling you. Is that today?
Yeah. District 17.
Where?
District 17.
That was it. So we had two separate.
You
We had two
separate.
separate.
I wouldn't know Broadway. But is that seriously? Is that on a football field or where?
Yeah,
wasn't
football
today.
field. We had two separate rallies today
Yeah, you said
in
it wasn't
District
today?
17.
The answer wasn't today.
That was today. That was
Are you
today.
kidding me?
We had two separate rallies today in
Why
District
Spoon
17.
was not there?
What?
Why Spoon was not
I
there?
mean, you just need to go on Spoon. You just need to go on Spoon
Thank
TV
you.
page and watch it, man. Don't waste my
No,
time.
because the reason why I'm asking everyone today, Mo. Are you kidding me? Just one single district?
One district. And it's been consistent.
We had two separate rallies today in District 17. This one was Banjo community. We have one in Banjo and we will have one in Blamasi town in
I have a
around
small
08.
appeal to make. I have a
No, I
small
beg you, let me finish. I'm shocked. The reason why I'm shocked, CDC just had their own 1 million march. And are we talking about today just a single day? Mo, no. You gotta
The ambassador Boyka is not even there. These
Wait
are
for the
serious
17th.
going on.
Wait for the 17th. Lord, let me say my piece.
No, that Mo said her piece. I beg you, I'm not playing a video. I beg you. I am shocked. I was so busy today. I came on the show late, right?
Mo just wanted to play a video. Mo didn't have comment.
Mo
He
said
wanted
that
to
was
just
his
play a
video. The video was his comment.
Yep.
When I give Mo 30 seconds, Mo, go ahead.
Yeah, and you asking me a question. The man is moderating. I said that was today. In fact, that's where I was driving from when I was coming, when Dr. Richardson and Maxwell was enjoying themselves. I was listening to them. So that was Banjo today, and it was really, really heavy.
I have a
No,
small
no, no,
appeal.
hold on 1 minute. Hold on, I gotta call
We
Delon.
coming outside on the 17th.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. I beg you guys. Let me call Delon. I'm calling him right now. No. It's not in my man. My own. I can do my own. Clear. I want Liberian people to know. If this was today, and Delon lost his voice, telling people meet me on the 17th, T-shirt or no T-shirt, my man. Something about to happen in Liberia. Thank God he pick up. Honorable Delon.
You're muted, Stanton.
I'm sorry. I was muted, Delon. It's good to have you. Help us understand. This video that we're playing tonight, was it today?
Yes, it was today, in keeping with our campaign tour across the county. As you know, I'm the campaign lead of Montserrat County.
Wow.
We were in district number 17 today in the Banjo community on the football field. Thereafter, about 6:30, we entered into the town of called Blamasi in Burrowville. So we're in two places today in district number 17. So the video you saw is in district number 17. The stand-up bearer, Ambassador Joseph Nyima Bwaga, was there present. The rescue mother, Senator Lawrence, was there. Mo Ali himself was there. I introduced, if you play the video further, I wish you would do.
I will. I thank God for you calling me. I must play the video tonight. Yeah.
You will hear my message to our people for the legislative seats for the district and the county. And these are the messages we take across this county. And thank you for calling. Let me reiterate. We will shake Liberia on the 17th of September. We will shake this place. We will send a resounding message. We will quadruple what we did here on December 6, 2020, when we launched and closed our rally for the 2020 election in Montserrat County. This one is a national launch to rescue this country. And we, as face of this campaign for Montserrat County, we will deliver this county. And with no arrogance, but we deliver it very bigly. Because our people are upbeat. T-shirt, no T-shirt. Cap, no cap. Banner, no banner. Sticker, no sticker. We are mandating and encouraging our people to come out. We will sweep across this county and this country on Sunday, September 17th.
Numbers. What are we talking about? What's your numbers? What's your cap? Talk to us tonight.
I'm not CDC that call number that they don't reach. Our campaign rally is to send a message that our people are excited and upbeat for October 10th and will win the election bigly.
Wow.
That is our mission.
We hope openly we are extending an invitation to you. We are extending an invitation to you openly for Monday. This thing is beyond us right now. It's too big. Are you kidding me? That was today.
I will do Tuesday. We have a long campaign meeting. We have a long campaign technical and strategic meeting on Monday. It will take us long into the evening hours, so I can commit to your audience that I will be your guest on Tuesday.
Thank you, sir. So, Honorable Abraham Darius, the only man I can call James Brown. Thank you for calling in on Spoon Talk, and we're glad that you have accepted our invite.
Please play that clip to the end.
Thank you. But I'm shy. Great. I know you want to go after somebody here tonight, but everybody's saying the clip is today, few hours back.
As a matter of fact, just send you the link to the second venue from Spoon FM. Spoon TV. So
when it comes to
let's start on any first video now. Let's move forward.
I beg you, you'll be the first to go. You're right, hey, mommy. You're gonna be hosting it in this time, mommy. You're right. You can put me together. But ladies and gentlemen, I know you just joining us from wherever you may be right now.
First video again.
No, I won't finish a video we just started.
Thank you.
We can always play that video towards the end of the show. We have to. I mean, why are we going to be sitting down here watching a rally?
Let me say my piece. Now,
what's the importance of watching?
Let me just play the video. I beg you.
I think standard.
District number 17, District number 17, yeah. The rescue mission say yeah. On behalf of the rescue father, the rescue team, our vice standard bearer Jeremiah Kwanku, the rescue mother Senator Nyomni Kanga Lawrence, on behalf of the entire rescue team, we say thank you to district number 17. I want to say one thing in 1 minute and then I'm done. On September 17, they coming Sunday, it will be September 10, and the Sunday after the Sunday, that was September 17, we will shake this country. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I want you to hear it. And all districts across Monterey County under the sound of my voice, by means of radio and social media. On September 17, it will be on Sunday. It will be after church service. Just what we did on December 6 on 2020. On September 17, Sunday, we will shake this country to tell George we are tired with this nonsense. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. On September 17, I want District 17 and Monterey County to listen to me. T-shirt or no T-shirt, cap or no cap, banner or no banner, sticker or no sticker. Come outside, let's check this country to drive Georgia again out of here. It is on this note. It is on this note. It is on this note. On behalf of the rescue father himself, Joseph Nima Pwaka, the next president of the Republic of Liberia, in the name of the rescue mission, blessed by the rescue mother, I now present to you the one who will assist me in the Senate for us to vote for you so NTA will not break down. For us to vote for you in the Senate so that the health sector can be restored. For us to vote for you and not to vote for ourselves so that push and drugs can leave this country. I now present to you the one who will vote for me, with me in the Senate, in line with Joseph Nima Pwaka's vision for this country, so that our teachers, our nurses, and our security people can be able to take pay handsomely. The one who will vote along with me in the Senate on behalf of Monterey County, so your bridge in Clear Island can be built. The one who will vote along with me, so that we can make the public work minister, so they can be giving contracts to public officials, and you can see your role and your pictures. I now present to you the one who will vote along with me for programs to rehabilitate young people, so they can be able to go to school, learn, have education, go to job, earn their own money, so they will not be doing Zekwe and Munya anymore. I now present to you Wilmot Tower you pay for Senator. For Senator, Wilmot pay. Wilmot pay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And while we're doing that, in district number 17, you want Joseph Pwaka to be a good president with a legislative agenda. We want district number 17. We will now present to you Madam Jennifer pass away for the House of Representatives. For the House of Representatives. For the House of Representatives. Thank you. Thank you. We have another area to go to in the district number 17. And you need to hear the message from the rescue father. And so I submit as I turn the microphone.
You're mutual Stanton.
For Unity Party, let's wrap this thing up. I will go to Ed Remy Gray first. I must go to Ed Remy Gray. I will go to all those that from another party, then the UP people will close up.
But Stanton, you're kidding me. I swear to go file.
I mean, about your party people talking about, then you want to talk again? Eddie, go ahead.
You know, I just have a small appeal to make to people who are there to set history. If we wanted a one-party state, we would not have had a 1980 coup. We came in this with the sense of multi-party democracy. Regardless of where you in your mind you think your party is in an election, I think it is only incumbent upon you to allow democracy to prevail, not to shortcut the system and think that people should fall off the race simply because you think your candidate is leading. It sounds so preposterous in my ear when people are making some of these kinds of statements that people down the line who are not even educated enough should be making. How would you look at a contest? You go to the Premier Soccer, you say because Manchester or Arsenal on top of the league table, the others should just fall off and let Manchester and Arsenal play the game. Who says that in an open competition like ours? I hate to hear posts saying that people wasting other people's time. If you know that your party is going to win, fight the race to the end. It is not to the swift, but the one that endures to the end. Stop making some of these preposterous statements. People wasting our time. They're wasting whose time? When Charles Taylor was leading 1997 election, how many people dropped because they felt Charles Taylor was leading? It is a democracy, multi-party democracy. You'll be surprised how many people in that particular group, that gathering today, that are just there to watch because something going on, significant going on in their area. Group of people, we are curious people. Group of people gather somewhere, they shouting. So some people are there. You cannot count all of those individuals as being your people. And I can tell you, the election will come with some sweeping surprises. Just like how nobody saw Cummings coming with 100,000+ vote in 2017, you'd be surprised how many folks have actually made up their mind that these two parties, Unity Party and CDC, cannot deliver Liberia. They are just there for individual self-aggrandizement and self-enrichment. So people are coming to vote for the individual they believe will bring relief to Liberia finally, and not two individuals who've been there before.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you very much. Guys, let's wrap this thing up. We will not go to the phone line because it's late. I'm sorry. Eddie, information reaching us that Mr. Cummings have agreed to get 100,000 of Bond County, Nima County, Grand Bassa, Maigibi, and that of Lo-Fi. I have the document. I will be sharing this document tomorrow or Monday. 100,000 each for his mobilization and his campaign. This is the first set of money that was suggested by Tuga McIntosh, advisor to Mr. Cummings, that each country receive 100,000. And I'll go more into it by the grace of God on Monday. I want to say thanks to everybody for joining Spoon. This is wonderful. I don't know what the other opposition party may say or do. 100,000 to each country. I think that's a good money when they have the budget of 3 million to 5 million United States dollars. So, Abula Mame, Abula, let's wrap this thing up. You first, brother.
Thank you, Stan. Like we said before, we are not worried with crowd politics. We know it's a show of strength. We cannot argue that. But we have seen how strength in political rallies have not turned into strength in election results. Many times we see that. We can point to the Dillon election with the Thomas Falla. They failed our SKD. The party headquarters were filled. But Dillon defeated them massively, getting a number that George Weah himself would not get in Montserrat County. Time without number, we've seen these things. We believe the election is not between the Unity Party and the CDC. We believe the election is between those who are suffering and those who are enjoying. We believe that majority of Liberians are suffering. And those who are suffering, they're looking for solution. They're looking for genuine solution. We present Councillor Gonglo and the Liberians People Party at that solution. We have highlighted how we can address those problems. We do not believe, we do not have faith in the agenda advanced by the Unity Party as a solution to those problems. Some of what they explain are solutions, but we don't believe the energy, the character, the commitment, the experience, the track record of some of the people driving those agendas. To my first statement, I will conclude in 1 minute. Liberia should never be divided between tribe, between sects, between religion. Never. But this is what we say and we conclude. In politics, you must be sensitive to the sentiments of the people. That is why Remy Gray in America, no two black persons will sit on the Democratic ticket to run for the presidential seat. It's not because there is no competent black person to serve as vice president, but they will always match one black, one white, because they are sensitive to the sentiments that blacks are minority. In Liberia, if you are considered to be a Congo, it doesn't mean you're not qualified. But any presidential ticket that is not sensitive to the sentiments of the majority will not survive. Bronsky tried in 2005. He was the most favorite, but he lost. 2011, he changed gear. 2017, he changed gear. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf never did it because she was sensitive to the sentiments of the majority. Cummins Due, you will bear the consequence of his action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our brother Abdullah. Prince?
Yes. Famata. I'm not trying to come after you, Famata, but I'm just trying to remind you of something you said, because sometimes when you talk, you can leave some part out. So let me just say this. You said politics is a numbers game. Now, I've been in this game for a long time, and I've been all the way to the top. Let me add a part that he left there. He left out. Politics is a numbers game, but it shifts so fast, like the weather. So as much as the number can be there, before you open your eye and blink it, the number's gone. And that's what I'm going to talk about, the numbers being gone. We know fully well what wave Dillon rode to win in an election against George Weah in Montserrat. We know that because of the position he took, he woke up the silent majority in Montserrat. So he won. He won with a mandate. I have come and I've said it over and over. And people take it for joke. They play with it. The silent majority of Liberia has reawakened. And they have reawakened because since 2005 to 2017, all of the political parties that have been able to get into power and those hierarchy political players, actors that have been visible in Liberian politics have promised the Liberian people several things and have never been able to accomplish that. They've promised Liberian people that they would deal with the issue of war crimes in Liberia, and they have sidetracked that. They promised Liberian people to deal with the issue of corruption, and they sidetracked that. They promised the Liberian people to deal with the issue of waste and management, and they sidetracked that. They promised Liberian people that they would deal with the issue of tribalism and tribal conflict in the country, but they've deepened that. The people are tired. Mame says something that struck a chord to me. The sentiment of the Liberian people has been ignored. And Mame, I do agree with you. The sentiment of the Liberian people have been ignored. Rural Liberia have now taken an uprising, a democratic uprising against the incumbent president. They are now booing him everywhere he goes. If people haven't seen that the silent majority has reawakened, then I don't know what they are seeing. And this silent majority have created a tectonic shift in Liberian politics. And this tectonic shift is now blowing in the wind of Dr. Clarence Muniba. And I've said it over and over because he looks like them. He speaks like them. He talks like them. Because he is them. It is important to understand that at no point any political party can hang anything on Dr. Muniba, whether it is career, achievement, competence, intelligence, transparency, audacity, vision. Everything is absolutely clear. And he has entrenched his vision in the minds of young Liberians, first-time voters. And they now believe in his vision. They've now solidified that. See what happened when Darius Dillon was pointing out the former Secretary General, or I think another guy from United Party. The entire crowd was cheering for Darius Dillon, but as soon as he said, "This is a candidate that will be making laws with me in the Senate to help," blah, 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 he put a man here, so nobody yell again. Look at the video. Nobody yelled. Nobody said, "Who say?" Nobody said nothing. The entire crowd got quiet immediately because they have given Darius Dillon the mandate, not anybody else from United Party. Those two candidates that came after, nobody cheered. Nobody celebrated
women pay.
Guys, nobody celebrated women pay. Nobody. So when we're talking about the silent majority shifting that position to Dr. Muniba, people come here and laugh. When Dr. Muniba steps out and he speaks to the people, they listen, they understand, and they want.
Brother, we're closing. You send me some picture. Do you want me to upload it?
Let's see it. It's a little bit of everything that she's doing.
Just done.
The picture. You sent me.
No, you got it. Yeah, you got the pictures.
I just did. That's it, right?
No, that video came on.
Oh, that video.
Yeah, no, without video play any part, when you put women paying hand or other people there. This is Dr. Muniba engaging students and telling them the importance of the education to where they are. And this same thing I'm talking about right now is the very same thing that Mo Ali goes around and tries to do to convince the ordinary people to join United Party. And he's laughing at it. It's nothing. This is grassroots politics. This is grassroots organization. And this is the ground game that we have, and United Party cannot even reach this ground game. CDC is even far away from. Oh, look at that man, he's banging his face down. Why you put a man off on my man?
Thank you.
You won't wish me?
Thank you. I'm glad you talk to us, Dwali.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Fatima on the show. Looking that Richardson left. Prince talking about Fatima, she left. What you do our sister there? Go ahead, Dwalu.
Okay, it was a great show, man. Chase those crazy ball heads, kush smoking ball heads out of town. And I love what the people are doing, but I want to say this to my brother, Colonel Remy. Democracy is about negotiation. When you're negotiating with an opposition, in order for them to forfeit what they're pursuing to join you, it is not an autocracy. It is a form of democracy because negotiation is all part of it. And I want to say this to my brother Prince as well. When you're talking to a captive audience, they try to put flare on, they get that up. When about 2 minutes, they say they try to focusing on you. Let me say this to you guys. To the young people in the Republic of Liberia, I want you guys to understand this. You
were not sly with that one. When you just said they put a trail out to salute the flare. Then they push guys on time so you go say hi.
There you go, darling.
You guys are bad, man.
Now listen now. To the young people in the country, look, I've been running this show for over a year that is relayed in 7 counties across Liberia. It's called A Message to the Legatees of Liberia. Listen to it. So I've run almost 60 episodes. And you have a duty that Dr. King would say, if you cannot run, I want you to walk. If you can't walk, I want you to crawl. But no matter what you do, you must vote. You must vote. Because almost 1 million of you abstained from voting in 2017 because you felt bad. The consequences of whoever we elect is also going to be for you if you stay out of this race. You must vote. Do not allow CDC to discourage you. Oh, the thing we deserve, President Weah is not guaranteed anything until he delivers to you. Young men in the country, Article 8 of the Liberian Constitution is very clear. And this is what it says. I'm summarizing. If you ain't got a job, the government got to give you a job by fire by force. If they cannot give you a job, you can sue the government. President Weah has failed you completely. He's calling you youth. If you're over the age of 25 in Liberia, you are not a youth. You're grown up. You deserve your own family. He has dissolved the Liberian family. This man is a danger. We must get rid of him yesterday. Audience, it was a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Dualu. Thanks a lot. But you still owe the audience more explanation on why you left Cummings and you're not supporting Joseph Yema Boakai. You and Fatima and Al Hussein have to explain that.
It's just a better ticket.
Okay, Fadika, you go and Mo Ali will take us home. Oh, sorry, I beg you, Fadika. Sorry, it's Fatima. Sorry, I beg you.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity, CEO, to all of the panelists. Thank you so much to all of our viewers. And I say thank you. It's clear, we have made the case that we are fighting for the soul of Liberia. People are experts of their own lives, and to see young people, the youth of Liberia, as they call themselves. But I will just say, if you're over 25, you're not a youth. But to see them, hooked on drugs, unable to, they don't have anything substantial to do. If it's not Lone Star Mini, that what the other one named Mini, and people are just walking around with the same thing, no way out. Their futures are stagnated. And the other day I saw someone was talking something and saying, "Oh, Liberian people that are only 5 feet." No, we're not. They're stunted because they don't even eat breakfast. A lot of them. That's why they're stunted. Their growth rate is not. They're not growing because of the lack of opportunities. What is the nation, young progressives without opportunities for a brighter future? I'm asking each and every one of you, my people, y'all get together. Y'all tell your people, let's educate the young children, because I saw some of them yesterday. My heart was really broken. Let them understand that we are fighting for this country. Judge Weah must go. He brought bad leadership. We gave him our country and he gave us back nothing. So CEO, let me just can I just take like my last couple of minutes and speak some VAR? Because and I just want to say something. Mo Aliyah went to my grandfather's town today. That's my mother's father. Blamasi town is my grandfather Elijah Blamasi's town in Broadville. So my mom is super excited.
Why you to do some kind of VAR message for all, man? Please.
Okay, for Gongolo?
No, for the entire against Weah.
Oh, okay, yeah, but I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna speak VAR to our people. Namono.
You're talking about the video, right?
Yes,
That video to change it to VAR.
Which video now?
Okay, I will send it to you.
Okay. Namono. Walen Fatu Melokena Naoba. Na me wo bo. Wo kone he. Wo ko. Sianu. Kemo kame wadunya be wa laki alo jawobo. Namono. I bini bawa manyaja maybe wa beaye. Ajeve, anatewa, anagola kone, amuna lange sona babo kia wako peja, anano, amana weno, amakpai wakwa, wa hospital no, webe no, wa teacher no, anube power bina, mama kwa no, anube lonfe fena, welo akpeya, wo peya woman, wo kone he, kai kwa mebe wo tusana kemuwe ya kolos and sono na wa samson na be kaye keme ame mawoye he was sama koko mawoye we makama be anabla kwa na mono wo bobo akolo amma wo la manyaja be nana afe samson na ke lia ama so komoma awai na wo bo kemu we sam sono no ma ne be yayi wo mala waye we wo kone na mono wo mala waye we fwaye pele mo mawe ya we ma ajesa stan ka mo abebona himbe abebona noa komuna mo no wo kone we for wale enu ye we for nyangba anu ye we for mokwa anu ye anu bunu ani sokai kwefe jose nyima poaka awamu akomo abo menu la nyi a mo ye wo baika. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fellow panelists, I'm here to say that I'm among all the women. We're coming together. Women are backbone for every developing nation. Here to speak to our children, our young adults, that please put Liberia first. Thank you
very much. Thank you very much, Fatima. Thanks a lot. If you choose to speak your data, you can do so. Let's wrap this thing up. Mo Ali. Oh, sorry, Fadika got to go, right? Fadika, go ahead.
Yeah, I won't be long. I think Dwalu and most of the guys have already said it. I won't. Yeah, I will just go straight to why we are here. Some people may ask why I support Ambassador Boyka. People have said everything. I've said everything I needed to say already. But I want Liberian people that are listening through every length and breadth of that country to understand that this is one of the most consequential elections in our nation history. I cannot stress this, anyhow. We are done with war. The war was in there. Ellen was kind of a transitional president. How we continue on the trajectory that Ellen set for us, but now will be way of better off than most of our partners in the community. I have traveled extensively around West Africa. In Liberia, on George, it's a mess. You go to right Guinea, where we have a young military leader. Guinea is faring way better. You go to Sierra Leone. If you want to know how bad Liberia is on George, start from Bow Waterside. I see a lot of you leave on a weekend to go to Sierra Leone and to have good time enjoying Sierra Leone. It's not by mistake. We should have some pride. We should have some shame. Sierra Leone did not perform miracle. Look, from Bull Waterside, you go to Liberia side, we still got mud houses. You go right across Bull Waterside, for some of you that are there, you see the poor got facial recognition right to the border there. While we still don't even have electricity. The road is paved. That road was one of our best roads. On George, we don't even have a road there again. Drugs have taken over our country. We do not have no drugs program. Look, one of the worst things that happened to African American in the United States was when the crack epidemic. When crack took over the African American community, up to now, we are still something. When opioid came into the United States, they had to change the drugs law because this is something that almost swept this nation. And this is a nation that have the resources, the technician to handle these things. And they still cannot get drugs under control. The worst thing to look, I was told about drugs years ago, but the drugs crisis have worsened on Georgia. Georgia himself, based on what we are told, is an addict. So that tells you his mindset when it comes to drugs. This is why he doesn't really care about drugs, because if you have a weed smoking president and play with other drugs, you know that he doesn't care. He doesn't believe that drugs is a problem. But for him, he can manage it because he has the wealth and he's misusing his wealth. But Ambassador Boyka said something 2017 when he was asked, how did you survive so many years in government without any allegation of corruption and they have lived so modestly? Ambassador Boyka said, I learned how to separate what is mine from that of the Liberian people. I've always said that. George Weah do not know what to separate what it is from the Liberian people. He thinks that everything in Liberia, he owns it and he can run it and squander it like he did his personal wealth. This is why he found no problem in flying private jet. What you did with our private jet for all those years while others were settled. Even your predecessor that brought $16 billion in foreign investment in the country flew commercial. Other countries that have more money than us as managing it. George Weah have not learned how to separate his wealth or his whatever he had from the Liberian people. He built. So vote right. Vote anything other than George Weah. Vote Ambassador Boyka. He's the only man that can rescue this country at this time.
Thank you, Fadika. I will agree with you. What Mo Ali, gentlemen, we're done. Fatima, we are done. Mo Ali will be the last speaker. Let me say my 2 cents real quick. I hope Liberians are listening to us, man. This time is season for everything. And we have come to the place to say bye to President George Manneh Weah. Seriously. You guys have asked me, yo, call me, we got video, we send people to India, brought them to the state, send people to Ghana and to Sierra Leone just to have surgery, send them for all kind of diseases and illnesses, operation of all kind. dialysis, and everything else. We raise money here on the Spoon Talk to help our fellow Liberians. God can bless anybody. People will call in. We will give them. The little we have, we will share it. COVID time when George Manawiya was taking the people money, we were sacrificing, begging for money to send to Liberia. We send money to Liberia just for people to be fed. Rest. Opposition, rest. Imposition. We did everything, all the district in the entire country. We donated food. The records are there. While President Weah sit on his throne and rake the resources. And you're going to ask how President Weah got money? I want you to know just briefly in 1 minute, US $150 million that was left by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in the overseas account that Samuel Toy came and played with. Right now, the American after him, 150 million United States dollars. You guys know the story, Eduardo, Prince, Fadika, Eddie. You guys know the story. Samuel Toy took the money from that account. That was George Manawiya's first chopping spot. The Liberian 16 billion Mason bank notes that today, Samuel Toy stay explaining. No hay, no tea. These guys then came and they start eating. This George Weah you see, this president, he lied to the Liberian people. He was in it with Samuel Toy and every one of them. They said, go to the Core report. Core report where? We stupid to y'all? 16 billion. The president, he was very fast. You are listening to me on radio. Why should you vote for President Weah? The man that make you suffer for 6 years and you are still suffering. Your children going to bed hungry. They took that money. Samuel Toy said he took 25 million United States dollars on his back, looking for money changer in the country to change money. You remember 25 million. We are naming these things for you to understand. The reason why you do not want to come close. You don't want to come close. 25 million. Map project. Imagine. Don't forget now the COVID relief money. The COVID relief money. And they said WFP, you cannot audit them. Who told you so? That's a lie. Most recently, the 11 million for rest, when there was no rest in the country. How much more you think Joe Weah should steal from us? How much more Samuel Toy should steal from us? How much more? We Liberians, we are not stupid. When I was going all around begging for money to send rest to Liberia, these guys, then they were eating, they were keeping the country money, building the homes. There should be no reason why. If you would beg somebody for $5, you should vote for Joe Weah. There should be no reason why. If you call your family members, your friends in America, then you turn around and say, I will vote for Joe Weah. If Joe Weah is the best president, why are you begging for money? Why are you calling overseas? Why are you begging? Why are you sending text messages? Why are you begging for somebody to pay your hospital bill? If Joe Weah is the best president, but we'll say it. This man, God sent him to be president to teach Liberians a lesson. God sent him to be president for us to realize that there's a God and God wants us to follow him. And after we realize, we come back and say, Lord, have mercy. Please remove this dark cloud. And God is about to remove this dark cloud. The man took his brother-in-law from Jamaica. His brother-in-law stealing $30 million every week of the Liberia resources. When last you ever hear President Weah talking about stealing in the country? When last you ever hear about President Weah talking about stealing? Somebody help us understand. I don't want to waste your time. That's my closing. but we'll preach this message. You will hear it. That if you make that bad decision, and when the time comes, you will run to God, but you will not find God. You will beg God, he will not answer you. You will cry unto him, he will not answer you. Because your decision that you make to ignore God and keep Jowiah in power, it will be a lasting decision that some of you will not live to see. Think, be wise, and ask God for guidance as we pray to remove this man. As we pray to remove this man. Mo Ali, thank you for giving me the time. Talk to us, my brother.
All right, Stanton, I'll send you that video about the guys complaining.
You want me to play?
Yeah, for their money.
$1 million citizen campaign rally. My God, it's not easy. How much your money? How much your money? Yesterday, we was invited for this program, but it was unfortunate. We were promised we'll be having 1 gallon of gas. So for the interest of the party, we decided to left all our busy schedules. Are you a citizen? I'm a citizen. Since 2017, I voted CDC, and up to now I'm a citizen. But today, what happened to me today, I'm very much disappointed in this government because we are our family. Boom. Yesterday, they both met us and asked us for help and follow the program. After everything, we'll be having 1 gallon of gas. With that, we're able to support our family. But since today, from 7 o'clock to 8 in the morning, from CDC and from the party headquarters to Camp Johnson Road, from Camp Johnson Road, and say we should go to where? To Bamuma. From Bamuma, they refer us to Central, and up to now.
We get the money, the man, stop on the man, stop on the guy. The people around you, they're going to find about this year. Probably you get all that money that's
Yellow Machine, you better accused.
I won't be accused of taking $11,000.
What do you know about the 11,000? What do you know about the 11,000? What do you know about the 11,000, Chief? Relates to his involvement with the alleged 11,000 that was given to these motorcyclists that are standing here.
I said one communication to the campaign chair, number using number. Also doing one, Sisi Kabe, to Asisayo. Also doing one letter to the global chairman. We are just a four. What we are German, we are very well just a four. I came on 40,000 motorcycles. I said, men, I put men on the whole of previous today. I put more than 1,500 motorcycles.
I think we're all out traffic, we're moving around. We reached to the player, the motorcyclists, you know, he told to stop. He told to stop. After we stop, we went in the fence. Send us money. We went in the fence. We left in the fence up to 2 to 3. We pick up in the fence 2 to 3. We went to ATM. We left on there. We came out. We brought to Central. Up to now, the post said today, they went girl. Won't get off. Up to now, we are not getting our gas. They give you a machine. 1,000. 100. If this guy gave me 100 USD. So if this guy, some of you get 11,000. If you get 100 US to eat this guy, you know how much you use? You use 1,700, which is 16 districts. Now the amount of money that living with them, 1,000 What are doing with it? Who get it? Who got gold? We are need. We not eat plenty. We are full money for our package.
Are waiting for our gas, and up to now we are yet to receive any information from any CDC officer. So we are very disappointed in this government today. CDC government, we are.
Mo, go ahead.
So you know, yesterday we had a breakdown of the CDC campaign launch budget, which was around I think 1.8 million, and that budget, that was how they even got the little crowd they got. $11,000 just for motorbike riders alone across the 17th district. And guess what? CDC is so corrupt that they can even be stealing from themselves. They get a man $11,000. But the man to know that Eugene Nangbe they're chopping millions. They say they $11,000. You heard the guy calculating the men that know Marvel. 17 district, you get them 100, is that 1,700. The man carry a 9G plus. When you say you're using money to influence the people, they say that lie. Most of the men, they don't even know about that thing. They don't know you will get you 1 gallon of gas and something ain't no motor by man there. They just want to go in front of somebody. That 1 gallon of gas will carry them the whole day, plus the money. Besides that, communities, those small communities group, each auxiliary, they are giving each auxiliary $1,000. Some of them that $100 reach them. They completely will get screenshot from their chat rooms. That is the level of stealing that they are doing. They steal from the government. They can't pull in their campaign. The people who went, they lend in, they steal from there. Liberian people. At least you're hearing for yourself how they're stealing the money. Right now, we're buying LEC current. We're not buying it through the system again. You go there, you buy it.
Direct.
Yeah, today I have to go buy my LEC. Yeah.
And where the money go?
Oh, they got the people there. Oh, they got there. They just sitting there. They collect the money. They sell your LEC to you. That part of the campaign money. You go there, you buy the LEC. Ask anybody who buy. That money there, they will not go put it in the bank.
More, not guys. I know we're leaving. Like information reached us today. They gave Henrik Tugba, ANC gave Henrik Tugba, CPP ANC 100,000. And he went to give the county chair 500. So they are mad. They are very, very mad. They gave him 100,000 for both counties. What's the guy named, man? The senator.
No, not Henry Tugba. You're talking about Henry Yala.
Henry Yala, thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the correction.
You're talking about
Henry Yala, thank you, Mo. Yes. Thanks for the correction. Sorry to Henry Tugba. They gave him 100,000, right? Tugba McIntosh said it will be better to distribute 100,000 each to those counties because we came late in the game. They got two phases, right? Do this now, and a week to the election, you come up with another one. They gave Henry Yala 100,000 United States dollars. The man refused to call a meeting. He refused to do anything. He just put people in his office in Bon County and get them 500, 600. So the people got mad. They said, we heard that they gave you 100,000. So more to exactly what you are saying, that what is happening now in Bon County with Henry Yala. Gave him 100,000. He turned around and said he gave a man 500 for mobilization.
That's how people see campaign money in this country. And especially, I don't blame the guys eating the money in the CDC. You stealing from us, you give that money back to them. There are lots of video where people saying that our money will go collected and eat it. And so These are more reasons why the CDC they shouldn't be in this election in the first place. This election should be all opposition election. George Weah should be gone by now. They should be investigated. Samuel Tweeden still explaining all over the go about the 25 million, the 30 million, the 13 million men for rehabilitation center. And I know Stanton has sent you some of those. I hope you're still doing the investigation. People running away left and right from the rehab center. They carry them because no food. They're sleeping on the cold ground. They're bathing with tar soap and all those kind of things. We will continue to sensitize the people again, to my Liberian people. Presidents are re-elected based on what they do. There is no law. They're lying. John Mahama said one thing. Jonathan Goodlaw ended the term of Yaradua. He was elected one time. They booted him out. There are so many other presidents. They will not cheat because we will provide the incentives for them not to cheat.
Donald Trump. How many times he served?
We will protect your vote. And as a matter of fact, when the Americans say they want access to every polling center, not only the polling center, but they also want access to the counting. They also want access to the counting. We are hearing that they will have observers all over to every precinct. The EU will have observers to every precinct. So the world eye is on it. So
guys, thank you very much, Mo. We got to speak our data, not you guys. We'll come up with the data, folks. Folks got to come on, call on the show and speak the data to our people in Liberia and outside of Liberia. I want to say thank you, Mo Ali. Thank you, Dualu. Thank you, Al Hussein. Conor Gray, you got to come back tomorrow, man. We appreciate you. Fatima, thank you. Prinzo. Maxwell, thanks a lot. Good thing someone say, your stand-up bearer shouldn't put the children picture on social media that he talking to them is against the international human trafficking. I don't know who said that nonsense. I'm sorry.
But let them say what they have to say. I don't have any comment on that.
We want to say thank you guys for a wonderful show. Till we meet again tomorrow. Let God bless us. Oh yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mama. All right. Eddie, I'm not gonna hang here. I gotta bring my picking up. We gotta let people speak that data.
Yeah, my man, let people speak that data, my man.
You surprised me though. You said something that was hard for other people or ANC members to say. You said Cummings is like he called Chamberlain. And a lot of people said that to me. Like he doesn't reach out, he don't call. He don't check out and say, thank you. I saw you on the show on Spoon Talk, or I saw you on the Drive, or I saw you on this other network. What you said was good, but can you help polish it like this? And, redirect the mindset of the people. Even when they made a mistake and say, well, Cummings is not winning, the way in which you will get to them, it will bring them in your circle. So you make a lot of people said something good concerning you. They were texting me and said that's one of the major observations when it comes to Cummings. Yeah.
Well, my brother, as a politician, you just got to learn. You got to be a people person. That's all I can say. If you can reach out, that's why people were concerned when Joe Bucker was not speaking. Well, I think he was reaching the people, but maybe silently.
Quietly, yeah.
Yeah, but that's one tool you should have. Madam Selif will call you no matter what. You even bug you to say, "Oh, I called you the wrong time. Can I call you again?" Politician, that's your only tool. Once someone hears your voice one-on-one, there's a personal attachment. If you want to use a liaison, a middleman, go through this barrier, right away people start shying away from you. And we're in social media, we're on the public.
You're right. You're going to go along with, because Facebook is open now, Instagram, or the other network. You are quite correct though, and I don't know whether is that enough time that Cummings can turn things around. I don't know. If Cummings were reaching out from the get-go, Seriously, a lot of young people. What Clarence Moliba doing right now? Those folks going to gravitate to him. Kwame is educated. AME University, UL, and all these universities and colleges. Trust me, if Kwame were going there collecting their information, calling them like on a Saturday, just going to hang out with them. But what he's doing right now, like jogging on the street, he should add more to it. Create a program, not just jogging. Create a program. Every Saturday 9 o'clock, John comes to jog, and have some forum. And he's a good guy that ran a big company. Second in
I
command.
mean, you can be George Weah, but the fact that we sit down with people and play Ludo, that personal,
Connection.
that cohesion, that connection with the people.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard. You have Fatu then talking about used to come in our yard and play soccer.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all it takes. Look, people know everybody's not going to be president, but when they hear your voice, that's that what plays in your mind, even up to the
only thing
polling.
that mentioned George Weah, or not to quote you, Eddie, the only thing that mentioned George Weah is because he performed poorly, and he gave himself to these corrupt guys there, right? And nothing good came out of them. Nothing.
Which corrupt guys?
I mean, look at Summer 12. Look at the guys around George Weah.
George Weah is who calling the shot. George Weah is a corrupt guy.
But that's what I'm coming to now. If George Weah would have said, okay, you know what? We'll build a Round Fee Highway. And Magay said, they said Magay brought East International. Magay said, I didn't bring East International. Well, you believe that Joe Weah look at that document, clear, and say we should go with the company? Because the bucks end with him now, right? So if the company have the money, the company have everything in front of you, Mr. President. For example, look at the LACC document. The man never opened it. That revised document, he never touched it. Never, ever.
I'm pretty sure, Joe, it's anytime you talk about any project, any investment, the first thing you say, what is my cut?
Yeah. Yep.
Once he knows that, he cares less about the rest.
And that's what killing them. That's what destroying the country, Eddie. The thing is that when what in it for me? Like you say, it's a WRFM.
What's in it for me?
What in it for me? WRTFM with FM.
Yeah, we call it the WIFM in negotiation. What's in it for me?
Yeah, so it's wrong. It's wrong. And that's how they made the chances of him being re-elected. They cannot vote for you again because you show your head. Look what Madam Salif did. She worked around 2005. She did that which was right. The people came, they voted for her again 2011. Then 2011 to 2017, she messed up. So every bad thing about Madam Salif was in her second term. But these guys there, no, they opened Pandora box too early. And George Manawia just, you know what? You can get 100,000 for George Manawia. But because he doesn't understand, you flash him with 5,000, he happy.
Yeah.
He's happy. Not new, 720 getting the bucks of the money. And you sitting there, you know what? Let's go to the phone line. Let the people speak the dollar. If you want to hang out with us, hang out. But we just do this for the next 30 minutes.
I need to hang out with my Pekin Fadiga, man. I go find him.
Enjoy. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nelson, let's open it. Let the people speak the dollar.
Okay, so the number to call is 0555 1010.
Put the number up, my man. 000. Put the number up.
Okay, so
listen, you getting fat on the show. What happened? They let that show doing you good.
See, you want for me is too little.
No, man. Take care of you. Every week, every one of them that appears should say $50. And I'm going to tell them today. As when I bring that on. That election season, every one of them that talking about a candidate, if they did not send you $50 every week, they will not appear. They made that politics of Spoon Talk. It's a wonderful program. You get Raymond talking plenty. You get Sheikh talking. Each and every one of them should send you $50. They are pushing for the candidate. Look at the gay Jerry. He on the media list or Unity Party.
Oh yeah, and see you. As soon as I pointed the man sent me the whole listing, the main screenshot.
Look at him, and he's bluffing now. And he coming to show. He's saying $50 a week. He's not coming back. Yeah, man, you got the point. Say Harry said $50 too much. Whole week you say $50 you eat America. All the guys that eat America. $50 not too much. Harriet, if I can't speak your language, your dialect. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk secret or you want to talk about? Hello? All right, the person not ready, man. No, not $25, $50. You guys are trying to negotiate with me, Nelson. You say $50, and then they say $25. Not $25. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Stanton, this is Leo Wakai. I'm Leo Kuyate. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Leo, you need to speak your data though. That's the only thing we want from you right now. It's time to speak your data.
Later on. Let me speak it for the Liberal group first. I will speak.
No. Right now it's for you to speak your data. I beg you. Talk to the people, not to me.
Oh, okay. I will speak the Pele because I'm from Bon County.
Okay, speak Pele.
Okay, so I'm going to idea again between now. Again, you have tell that we are the leg there. That one, what they are there, Bon County, you have finished that kind of Bonga, what you have passed Sane Pelikalai. So, the food would the deer, that has no leg there, the first time Wilson, I think there, last it again, the market that I got would go up in the cage, what God, I know I led to a Bonga blood that playing. Look at the Bonga, Mananga, playing give a mano, careful wood at the end of the
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take the next caller. If you're ready, I will take 5. There you go. We'll take 5. Good evening. Hello?
Yes, hello?
Yes, please. I'm all right, ma'am. Your name, where you calling from?
I'm Patricia Simmons Dickinson, calling from Philadelphia.
Miss Patricia, please speak your data. What data are you speaking tonight?
I come from the place where that man comes from, where he say I work on us as Grand Crew.
So go ahead, speak your Grand Crew dialect.
I need for in there Grand Crew, in the drought, in the drought. You can Babylon Spark, the Pope Radio, I Europe Pope. Friend, the Amana, and the Pope, and then when he does. On the amour. Or c'est what 20.
C'est better 20. Hey.
What 20 quoi de la what
t'as quoi?
Joey at quoi est there. Go webo. Ni for a there these 4. This set sukrumu. This set the
I'm telling you.
This set 30.
Well, yes.
Sukrumu as secretary church agree sukrumu agree sukrumu great grandchildren be sukrumu abatemu tese sukrumu la tati for
Thank you very much. Okay. Let me take this one. Hold on 1 minute. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hello, my name is Koto Barayan, calling from New Jersey.
Koto Barayan, which data are you speaking to now, Mama Koto? Koto, how you doing, by the way?
You told me away, so forget about me.
Oh, yeah, you got my number when you call me like your business. But which data are you speaking to now, Koto?
I'm speaking normal tonight.
Go ahead, speak it. The people listen to you.
All right. Kawara ajiliza kawara Joseph Boyka Elize Plewu ade wakana wa ada nyawo na kakarezo na anu nyawo na maga boso maga ade yize kawara ewu ta boso ga yabikini mana profu kwa ka ka ro falai upa wo yitaba we yize kawara ewu we tataka Plewu ka argin na tawana ga bofu ga ade voice we will voice our color Bama. I will cover it now. Nan what in a nan what in a cabal with a fire ever. That quite animata by the river. Namagabusa will go it here. We will voice our color Zama. Those are my Bakata. Cool. So that was all man that will be there. I can't bring you with a Canada, Cavalry Cana. Waka was only many and now we are up 300 out. We couldn't have done all get putting that over so yeah. Come on, put that to the vinegar. Trying to dance about what far.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cotton. Well, you got my number. Call me tomorrow. I gotta ask you something. Thank you, yeah?
Okay.
All right, Mama. Let me bring you this person. This will be my fourth. Go ahead. Hello. Your name and where you calling from? Can you lower your receiver and talk into the phone, please?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, I'm Eden Bruce calling
But
from
lower your radio now. Lower your television or something, please. You can hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. This is P. Jimmy Kofa.
Yeah, P. Jimmy Kofa. Lower your radio or something you listen to. Lower it, please.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, which data are you speaking tonight?
I want to speak true.
Speaking, my friend. Go, Chloe.
My way, go. Okay. What will I want to provide you? What? There was when I will go video game. I win. Even I forgot what president is more president. What years from Miedo? It was years from Miedo. Almost here, that already. You say you not start on any Boga country. Every Boga says you. I'm not saying. That money national warriors were Puena. See what Waji. Even I'm not Waji. They play that. They play that stuff. They just now go in. That is, I do not of platinum or say you. I'm not sad. I was the country and no country they
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you too. Thank you. Good evening. Okay, so go ahead, take your 5 calls and we'll come back on. Hold on, let me take the last one, the person calling back. Hello?
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Your name and where are you calling from, my friend?
Like a week or two, they got it. I mean, just however people come, take it, we get there and shit.
Hello?
Hello, Samson.
Yes, sir. Please, your name and where are you calling from?
How you doing? This is Bud.
Go ahead, my friend. Which data are you speaking tonight?
I give man, then you asking me why
you are not talking to me. You are talking to the audience, sir. So all can you please speak, Guillaume?
Under Bud, you know I was good. When they brought the car to the radio about car got the car to that I go Peter, Yado Pug back at Yado Pug back a quadra. Kagua down there, Yado Pug back quadra. No, that I go Peter no akada. The bed don't want it. Shroud do I come bogun and oka quade. Quad the bruiser. Oh, pug B, cigade B, pug back B, oh, mudane. Naka, cause a damperman. No, no, capi, oh, guade, oh, why yaka, wavu yaka, wavu tracy, wavu godo, wavu gopite, oh, no, gru cadene. Eka nane ka eka lake kwa koko tagbo kwa coffee tagbo kwa gota tagbo kwa menu be ya kwa so ka gosa dampe me ka nya dipo ka voka gokro bwakaela me zegle pare.
Thank you.
You say we must speak.
Thank you. Now you alone cannot speak. The phone is going off on me, please.
Okay, let me just end, September.
Yeah.
If we do development association, but I back out the ball. Baka in quite a path. Ka ka boka baka kazu to kapariga.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Stephen. How are you?
I'm all right, sir. Your name and where you calling from?
This is Bali Bafole calling from Pennsylvania.
Which dialect are you speaking tonight?
Trying to speak the technical Bandi tonight.
Bandi?
Bali.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Bali, I will go. That was you were going out. Mulawa Ubi. Ubi will allow Bala hearing the. Never one like the time they were waiting to go on why no one. About the one I was actually for Aru Yellow. So now we know one game and now we want my Vladina and Gapun West Africa and Gapun West Africa, April who buy who. No one if I will mind us. Kawana after that you say Baka Maluku. Last year, all the committee or committee in war. The person who go up to YC would move on one or one. Now, while they are one about time, so we have a good enough. But I know for my really you got a good enough. Who I will go back. I will no matter how much I want to one of the Yahi. The one is a Goladi. The other Mupama Severa Muba. Move it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's take 5 calls from Liberia and we'll come back to the international line. Folks, you are calling to speak your data. Do not insult anyone. Just say your own, okay? We're begging you. Do that for 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Say your own. Go ahead.
Okay, so we go to the lines now and take the first call here. Hello? Yeah, go ahead. You're live. Speak your dialect.
That's it. Just 1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Okay. Which dialect are you speaking for us?
Yeah, which dialect?
Pele. Oh, okay.
Aqua Peneta no Aquilo Mana, Tarawo Tomba. There was young life. I can't speak. Never let the back to the guy. Don't make a Pow for Quaker, Caracalancha, Calabodica. Those are Pocket Kukama. John and go to you quarrel and Caracuye. I thought the guy no more. John, no, couldn't have done me there with the book. Caracalancha and never ja. Caracalancha and never ja. Tina trouble, can the land over ye. I'm a Caracuye. I think I'll bear.
Thank you.
I get to talk to the Bagapon and the boo. Now I see it to Aqua Peneta.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So again, the local numbers to call are 0555-101075 or 0777-771075. We take this person. Hello.
Well, good morning. I'm Ali Banapali from Looking Town.
Okay. Ali, which dialect are you speaking?
Va.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, Namano, we want to have a vote. You come here, my father for America. I love me, and my father, my boy, come vote to Joseph Baba for Jamaica. Number Jiva. Number J. I love my J. Sorry, Jana, for no, just Francois no man. Francois no man, and then I love you. Frank, me, I love J. Francois, Francois no man. You are from Malawi. The work of Kankem, at that moment in Kankem, and Sophie. The woman of the land of another one lamp and one number here. The city one about the battle on Tina. With a soul, so woman come up and
thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We take this person. Hello. Okay, we lost this person. We take another one here. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is John Bala. I call from Jogotan Rica.
Okay, which dialect are you speaking for us, Bala? Bandi. Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
The Bunga woman Dama out, Bala. Go ahead to go. The Dama Saboka Amulu. You will not move back. I am going to let you back. Visit a large long out, no wa. A boy, if I'm going to go to Westian, Yagte, Ungatama, no, Ugly Harley, Amuyunga, Ga, the Western Alcohol Mukina Haunga, Sabokai Hina, Ga, the Western Gama, Ugly Harley, Dama, Ugly Harley, ubili hale o mbunga ti ano ndo esungwa ne bo ba no an da wan no and look tanya ni ta ta bole ta ngai bole.
Thank you.
Ubili hale amuyu nga weti nga ngawu awusa kaka awusa hu sama sebala.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We take another person here. Hello. Okay, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from? You say your name? Waymont Smo. Okay, where you calling from? Okay, please go ahead. Which dialect are you speaking tonight? Va? Your line is not too clear, so maybe you could change your location and call back. Please do that for us. We take this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Okay, tell us your name and where you calling from.
Vani.
Okay, Vani. Which dialect are you speaking tonight?
I'm speaking Mende tonight.
Mende. Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
Kone ya bodesha mukwa muluka kone mudimi mwabe mulima difa mugugo mudimi kone mwape mo pudiva mudimi kone mukpe ogwa vuiwa bi October 10 mukpe mumu kwa gwa yose ni mabwa kava difa mudimi atana le ago mo bwa kudeju awusi kaka.
Okay. Thank you. When you say I wish a kaka, that thank you there.
Yeah.
I wish a kaka. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I wish a kaka too. Hello, we take this person. Okay, please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
I am a from the Pueblo.
Okay, which dialect are you speaking tonight?
Kisi.
Kisi. Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, Kisiana will say. Kisia here do churenya di muvanali. Ngano do mbandio play for in the Kisia di mini. Ngano ndio ndo play. Ngano falu bwakai. Baba chipiole ndinde nimba gini va salion. Kisino nchuni. Kisino pomo tuli. Ndio ndo play for in falu bwakai nandi. Ngano ndio ndo play. Falu sa kwete ndicho seria yunyaroni. Tamba kwete. La wose. La barika holobi enyenye tusia ule ndebe la barika.
Okay.
La barika holobi.
Thank you very much. Let's take this person. Hello. Okay, please go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
Okay, my name is Napoleon Pala. I'm calling presently from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, which dialect are you speaking tonight? Which dialect are you speaking to your people in?
Man, I'm a Mano man. I'm going to speak Mano.
Okay, speak Mano.
Okay. La via mia. Nangi ga la via mia na. We go la ba ko ga ko to visli. Ko ga ko pa na ko na ko mai. Ye I pa wa se a I be lu I mai. Jo we are ko pa si. Na mo ka so ya tan. Ka fo ka pin ka mi e lo so ko la ke e si de lo ko le ke ko la ti ya ko na ko me ya ko ilo ke kwa mi ko pa because mi no se e mi pa le aya ka to wo ya la na e mi yo an ko ko pa ko tu because mi o na o ka ro ko mo mi o na o na ka ro ka o na bo be fo ti ka ko na ke kiri. So that you are good for
Thank you. God, if you call it, thank you, Nelson. I had to go get some water to drink. I was tired, Nelson.
Yeah.
But if you call it, understand.
4 hours.
When
it's been 4 or 5 hours.
No, not 4 or 5 hours, man. What kind of thing is this? When you call in, you need to understand that you got 1 minute to speak your data. So put the best in it. You must speak your data to your people. Whether you're from Liberia or any part of the world, speak that data. Let your people hear you. We alone can do it. I beg you, share it, invite your friends. 1 hour after Spoon Talk, speak your data. That's all we do. Let me take this person. I will take 5 from this end, then we'll go back to Nelson.
Let Nelson drink some water. Hello, your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, Senator, my name is Emmanuel Willie, and I call from North Carolina.
Emmanuel who?
Willie, and I call from North Carolina.
Which data are you speaking tonight?
I speak in Basra.
Talk to us, Emmanuel, please.
I never know it was on every two. Gawadan job, Gawadan is a DNA. I can sit. I can do it. You want to deal with who am I down? What did they do? I want to be a boy, Ghana, with a person. The idea where I'm going to bad no, I mean, also, you're not bad no. People say, Zazi for Puzem, saying, can you find out about the children? People say, Bona did Bona bad no, police of one way, but I never read. Gage, when the Gage, I can never do what CB. They say, PMW way, when I be way, but again, they say, you're going to be me. Why you way? Why you know,
thank you, my friend. Your minute is up. I'm watching the time. Your minute is up. Thank you, Willie. And let me say this, please. Don't ask me. The number is up. Just call the number. I'm not going to call you. Call the number and speak your data. Any data you can speak. Let me take my second caller. Your name and where are you calling from? Please, when you call, lower your volume. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Abby. I'm calling from Seattle, Washington.
Abby, which data are you speaking tonight?
I can speak Kifi.
Go ahead, talk to us, Sister Abby.
Kifi, ala wote. Deranyina Abby. Yema nyam. Mira kwemira foti. Jose nyuma bwaka. Jeremiah ku. No me yo lation. La kwa mira foti. Jose nyuma bwaka Jeremiah ku. Deranyina Abby. Yema mi chefuna na mo chinchin. So na home mira foti. Already. Bye. See you.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you. Thank you. Let me take this one. Your name and where are you calling from, please? Hello, can you lower your volume on something you listen to? What's your name?
How are you?
You got to lower that thing in the back. Lower it, please.
What's your name?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Can you lower your volume? You listen to something. Can you lower it, please? Yeah, lower it all the way.
Hello?
Yes, it's better now. Your name, Mama, where are you calling from?
I'm Noah.
Noah, how you doing today?
Fine.
Yeah, what data are you speaking now?
I speak Pele.
Talk to us in Pele, Noah.
Oh, my God, what send you. I know I could take for where the Poluga to work my Ogongo. I know that. I continue for free for Ogongo to pop by. So now I could take over the Poluga job. Joseph Wagama. I went away.
That's it? Thank you, Mama. Let me take this one. Is that my fourth call, right?
Yeah.
Your name and where are you calling from? Hello?
Hello?
Lower that thing that play in your bag. You listen to the radio or the TV or the laptop. Lower it, please.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yes, Mama.
Okay, hello?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
Yeah, hi.
Your name?
My name is Jane Inapo. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Jane, what data are you going to speak tonight?
I'm going to speak Nyambo, which is global.
Okay, talk to us, Jane.
Okay. Nadimewo, I'm in a priwo. Joseph Waka. Emi dona nene abre. Ke Joseph Waka enti nyum back by your president. At the more yere am de na dimewo. Pepe Joseph Waka onute. Ire bebo. Ipali amena dimeo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mama. Let me take 2 more from my end. We still got 11 minutes to go. Your name and where are you calling from, please?
This is Mr. Philip again, Southern Gospel.
Who, Philip?
Yeah, I'm talking to my people from Philip.
Mr. Philip, hold on. Don't hang up. Hold on 1 minute. Don't hang up. Hold on, please. Do not hang up, please. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yama.
Your name, sir?
Yama.
Yama, where are you calling from?
You in New Jersey.
Thank you. What dialect are you going to speak tonight?
Bandi.
Talk to your people in Bandi. Then we'll go back to the other product.
They are also.
That's it?
They are also. I need a response.
No, I don't speak your dialect. You got to talk to your people, my friend.
I said they are also. Let my people never respond to me then.
How your people respond to listen to you?
Let my people they are also. They don't respond. They will tell them what else I want to tell them in my Bandi language.
But we can't do this because we don't speak your language. You want to speak to your people, please?
Do they speak Bandi or do they speak? What language do they speak?
You speak your dialect. Somebody out there listen to you, my friend.
They are also. I pay you.
My man, we got to let the guy go, man. They got to waste their time. They may not see. They know that they're not so. If they know the dialect, they will speak the dialect.
Yeah. You know the dollar I am speaking, they will respond. They are also.
How you expect a person to respond if they are just listening to you in radio land? Who should respond?
Any money person, they are also.
Okay, Lasso.
We'll come back to you tomorrow. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, your name and where you calling from, yeah?
My name is Jerome, calling from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay. Which dialect are you speaking tonight?
I'm going to speak Gola tonight, the first Gola Melody show.
Thank you. Please do.
All right. I can't do it. You me. My farmers were. The man away, I'm Last year, I have a body when I cannot see away or edits and a kumi. For I am going in a poor from you. I'm gonna be a man now where I'm poor. So, Mina, they were kind that way. Now, can I see where edits and a kumi will open by the off you. Back. Thank you.
I believe can we get one person tonight?
Yeah, that one, yeah, that kumis.
Yeah, can we get one person tonight? Hey man, somebody was on the person I came with data so mess me up. Go ahead.
We just want to tell him, man, Lasso.
When I don't say man, you just can't do that. So why you not do that? So that's why man, take another call.
Hello, you live? Let's hear you.
Yeah, can I go ahead, huh?
Yeah, go ahead. You live. Let's hear you.
Okay. I want to speak Basa to my Basa people.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe Basa, you know, sensing the boy, Ningnama Banat, Mana de Buga, near Australia zone and also. Mother, bleed new the bed, okay, Nobly Kanga. I mean, Nobly, okay, Dara, they don't book. Better I get you some Bogale like a person when you. Ni Basa, you send it we. Ni koko ya bon kante, de bui ni ma kante. Basonyo se ni bon kante. Basonyo se ni duabo. Basonyo ni bweson. Basonyo ni bwen. Klimbe wadan record second. They are playing good. Better I can that Joe we are wesa. Joe we are gawa or say blessing them. You got you my willing friend. 97 million you're there for that 87 million. Because nothing on you, go, la rubby. Did you drop or say blessing? Up to $5 million. Peter go there, I be jail. That job we are you that be here. Job we are going to park at Samuel 12. Why the DDM, oh la bro. abroad say repetition of it.
Thank you.
Okay, do it your way. You know what be man, you grow up, what gonna. Can you got come out, job, ya come out,
Thank you, sir.
say yeni. But you don't say one yeni. So that Joseph Waka, okay, Jeremiah.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, put it what in. Bella Brocket, you
Thank you very much.
Yes, Joseph Waka,
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank
you, sir.
Okay,
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Let's
Bobby.
take this person. Hello? 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 Okay, we take this person. Hello? Okay, go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
Well, the other person disturbing me with eating business. Jennifer, leave me, man.
You calling from IGB? Hello? Your line is not clear. Let's take this person.
Hello?
Hello?
My people from the end. Your people that are answering.
Yeah, my people in their line cracking. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, your name and where you call from?
My name is Jimmy K. calling from Bananze.
From Bananze. Which dialect are you speaking tonight?
Speaking crew.
Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
Okay, I'm calling you for. And I clean and differently. And I won't country in Yana and Yana Nimba. In Yana Kibma and Yana Bombing. More reliable. I never Jimmy. What did keep up our name? I'm voted just a Waka.
Thank you.
But Jeremiah.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
I'm speaking for looking for.
Okay, which dialect are you speaking tonight?
I'm speaking Bolo.
Loma?
Bolo.
Okay.
Bolo. B-E-L-O-E-H.
Oh, Bele.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Maguana Puma. Pilavo para buscar bacao. Wanda bu up or what a family. I put you on the over police or what you want or what about a woman. When I'm going to
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Something. Let me say this to you real quick, Nelson. You find a lot of older people calling and speaking the dialect. That's interesting. We should continue this thing. It's very interesting. The older people that will sit back, they're calling, and let me talk to this one real quick. Your name and where are you calling from, my friend?
I tell you, I'm Mr. Philip, from the US. I want to speak to my people in my country. I want to speak Gola.
You want to speak Gola?
Exactly.
Go ahead, my friend. Speak Gola.
Come here, Anya Guaya. You are okay. The name gets set. When the guy in a man for Ojo, we are. And then now, many in it. So me and was swap. You are saying, yes, yes, and then was the bone is a bucket. Where was the bone? Offered them a bed, offered them my bag, my day, so why me voting wrong? Think what I will. And this year, I'm done. I just short message.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. I don't know what you said, but thank you for calling. And that's how we do the program. Let me take this one. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where are you calling from?
Silas say Monopoly from New Jersey.
Silas, good to hear you, my friend.
Good to hear you,
Silas, beating in chest and he can't come back again. Say he ran away. That's it. Send the man ran away from me. He can't come back. I beat him in chest and check. I told you check out both right here. Oh. Silas, what data are you speaking today?
I wanted to speak Mandingo, but I will just speak Mano one time. So
Go ahead. Speak Mano.
Well, I mean, since I told them more, I'm going to vote on that care. Mlenoi don't care back at Pedese. Mega go Nima cancer, the Cassica Lamo Voka, Yeka, Von, Kaka, Gonos, Joseph Baka, Voka, Kale. Let's all go see upon we are not talking a Pablo Petore, as they are, see.
you can vote Leo. Cars, Yazidi, like a sitting person, a car, one feel okay, one year, I can take a win on it. Put as a vote, Joseph Walker there, Sida, Kazira, Lord, Elobanga, Kimo, quite bay, put as a so Zida with that lang, take a year.
Thank you very much, Silas. But you got my number. Hit me up tomorrow. We can hook up. Thank you thank you. Let's get more calls. We're gonna hang around because the people love this program. Thank you very much. Shay, listen, I ain't got nowhere to go. Go ahead, talk to your people. Your name and where are you calling from, my friend?
Hello?
Yes, hello. Your name?
My name is Morris Johnson. I'm calling from North Carolina.
Morris, which data are you speaking tonight?
I'm a farm man from Grand Cape, my country, Robert School.
So speak back.
Now, very many work for them. What was citing? Was a Koye at the Makin one day. My dad in a Pugu. I thought you tell Madawa. Umkamamuso, Ukawale Duba. Masina Jakwa, Mamboyakwa, and Makoda Pupuyi. Ukumbe Amono, and a Matafe, Camboyo. It's in a Kela, Wedenu. Ita mage kela teacher benu kamo be ma matli no isa ikake jafemi so opone o kamo so o kuno ki ofe wale no sina jakwa ube o wona weto side kamo be o la ofe o kwama ba ka waka yeduma ba ka musuma so mu kone o bona o kamo so wa bo wala ba no ti o ta o da bo akaye sina jakwa o baika.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Whatever you say, your people heard you. We want to say to everyone, please call. Let's go to Nelson. Nelson, take 5 more calls. We'll interrupt you tonight.
Okay, so we take this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Okay, tell us your name and where you calling from.
Yeah, calling from Chosen in my name, Lena. I believe like anybody before they speak that they should tell you guys who they're supporting.
No, Mama. I don't want to do that. Everybody free. Get to talk to the people. I don't want to ask them who they're supporting. Just speak and talk to your people.
Okay, hello. Please step away from your radio. Cut the radio off or you walk away, please.
This is Mohammed. I'm calling from Japan, Ria.
Okay, go ahead. Which data are you speaking tonight?
I'm speaking Bandi.
Okay, go ahead.
No one got a muse. Rambo said, well, my tango song, fear young one. Aquana had Banga at the Fofa, Lufa, until Vahu district, Olahu district, Foya district. Who vene am a water moon.
You were asked,
how am like you saying, Bakai.
All right, Nelson is true. Nelson, you were asked?
Yeah, yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Hello? Yeah, go ahead on this end. Your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Jobo Moyela, calling from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Jobo, speak your data, please.
Okay. Our name Ponjameti. Divasu. Ozaya Ava. Kawaya Gupurve, Kawaya Adipa Adipuru. Kawaya Adiaka. So now my way to go Mesu Ponjama. Sozo. Foya. Kolazu. Yeah, I do see. I do like Kawaya Wawu. I don't voice on Kawala. Kawala Gupuru. Osel. Ponjama 1 night. So 1 night. Kolazu 1 night. Foya will sell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nelson, you went off. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. I think it was in there.
When I hear you, Nelson, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. I'm hearing you still.
You went off a little bit from my end. So let me take one more, then you can go back to your phone line. Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, your name and where are you calling from, please?
Oh, I'm Evelyn Brown, calling from Texas.
Evelyn?
Yes, sir.
Sister Evelyn, talk to us. Which data are you speaking?
No, I'm not going to speak about it. I just want to tell you guys thank you. I really appreciate what you guys are doing because of the election. It will be better for you guys to continue doing this. And then the older people in the villages will be able to understand. Someone they cannot understand English. And you guys are bringing people to speak.
But Evelyn, what data do you speak?
I'm a Bella girl.
But why are you not speaking better tonight?
I cannot.
Oh my God, Evelyn. You carry with all that plenty
No,
present.
not that I can try with Kissy, but I don't want to. But just want you.
No, Evelyn. No. Don't do this thing to her. No, you know, your man, your pa listen to you. Don't do this. Speak easy.
I don't have a brother. I don't have a father.
But okay, somebody listen to you that know you. Speak easy.
Please, I beg you. I just want to congratulate you.
Amen. Okay, for us to let you go, you will contribute to the cash app. The same phone number. Yeah, because I already read your number down now. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
But thank you, Sister Evelyn. Thank you. But yeah, let's take.
The people in the villages were
Yeah, they need to hear it. They need to hear it.
Speaking their dialect is so grateful and happy about it.
Yeah.
So you just continue. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama. Hello.
Hello, Stanton.
Yes, sir. Your name and where are you calling from?
Cosmo Molba from Philadelphia.
Okay, so which dialect are you speaking tonight?
Loma.
Talk to us in Loma.
Loma get to the one name. Uruga is anywhere. Uruga is anywhere. Wokara is anywhere. What you go miso? We wait for your mom. We wait to plug. So work on my pet. I did see. I did use Kawaii. Kawaii Kave. Elda Masagi, Labira Vama, Labira Rusu. I did do an anuma. So go, Mama. Go quite a wakero. I did what I do. Then a Peggy Draken Dardina. I didn't have the police. Go will be there. I didn't have work. Hello. Go, Mama.
Thank you very much, my friend. Who you got, Nelson?
Okay, so I have this person here. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, you live. Go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
Jerry calling from Brazil.
Jerry, which dialect are you speaking tonight?
Speaking Madingo.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
You finished?
Hello.
Oh my God.
Hello?
Okay, yeah, go ahead now. Go ahead.
Yeah, nobody married for a woman. For a summer for anybody, for maybe my moya will I'm done. I'm with my camera and I can just send you my back. And my akun, and if I'm reading, I'm with my senator, Akene, Honorable Romo Perry, Shala, Jane, I move, Beara Biarabo, Nobody Maru, I'm with you.
Thank you.
Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Elijah Kolva, call from the Double Road.
Okay, call back. Go ahead. Which dialect are you speaking tonight?
I'm speaking Pelo. Can I make a suggestion just for a minute before I call my seller?
Okay.
I don't want a suggestion.
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
The dollar program is very, very interesting. But for me, the timing is not right. That is, right now, all the people, many people are sleeping. Even though the up countries are getting in their way, they are sleeping. So for me, I would suggest I would do it from 5 to 6 o'clock in the evening, or you can do it on a Saturday or Friday, 1 hour if you're okay. Now, let's see my pellet.
Thank you. But go ahead now. Make your point.
Okay, now I'm going to say, I'm going to go bonkande. Kaka sini kaka moto reading ma. Nini da ma upon an me kana. Ubona jora an me kana. So I'm going to get ka bodiga Joseph Boga de Makumi. But many men now ngapa asali na ba gawunya ba kana kana. Sigari da pa len gawunya ba na pai. Aguna ba bu. Te de ga da. Pa ba ga bodin ka ba men kali Joseph Boga mo fele na the town dealer. Now Joseph Boga da de ba ku de gana. So after a fake, ka bodin ka the bodin ka ko mo lim do ta ba shi na jo ga jo ba shi na.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Right. We take another person here.
Let me take you one very quick. I beg you. This person been hanging on, Nelson. Go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Anthony Gessler from Indiana.
Yep. Go ahead.
All right. The manga that is our boy. Yazini Lome, Yazini Sikama, Yazini Bukwa Paraga.
is it this about, is it Tinubu, is it 29? Who's out there at the Rally Abu? I'm who's out through me, what did you get for me? Who you over? Manuel is a pet. Like as me, not Manuel Tamu. Now, my year would have who's are they using right now? I'm always like using me there. I'm always working there. I don't know what that. Now, someone they don't even know where to go. They even the fish on the fishing. I'm always working there. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Nelson, go ahead. Nelson will take 5 more. You got to know your show is coming on. Just 5 more. So go ahead.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, your name and where you calling from?
Which
dialect are you speaking tonight, Kamaka?
I speak to the people of 29 countries.
Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
Namono wakune, namono mkolewe na ubona wa majo mapu balakwa. Umu dawaso fe wevin tata sewa bezo yanti akwa. Ojo no mon bia pe anaso, ana sewa bezo so. Nato data wa poverty data wa buya kwa. Nima ile la me mabu amanipa ninje amabu kemenu. Amu sewa bezo mandesta ko la bwa.
Thank you very much. The first Sarah Beslo Yanti call.
Yeah,
hello?
yeah. Somebody, yeah, you took first.
Yeah, hello, how you doing?
Okay, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Seku. I'm calling from Freeport.
Okay, Seku, which dialect are you speaking tonight?
Mende.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Nyanjini Mekane Awa Pokoji. When you women are rude. I'm Cornell, I'm Lema. Mundre you boy to Kuju. Ukwe graduate worker for Kajamaya Kuba. If I can't find Kulang, Masambolang, so Molang, where one young woman, a popo you win at more Gamma class Sekuma. Dr. Kenny Kuma winner, and you will go now read them at Morgam. Ukonele, Ukwe God Kenny Walker, Kajamaya Kuba. From we for that. Go, Mamba.
Thank you. Thank you. We take this person. Hello. Hello. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Farrakhan. I'm going to be speaking my dialect this morning.
Which dialect are you speaking?
Sapo.
Sapo.
Yeah, Sapo.
Ah, okay. Go ahead.
I know prayer. I will also I election at Mobile, Nanda, we are so, as a not so, or more country. We also are clever. Our move Joe, our forward.
You get a problem with Sabo?
I'm
I grew up there. I try small to read my people.
I like that guy. I like you. Hold on 1 minute. Where is he coming from? Hey, man. I'll let the body man extra minute. All right, let's take one from here. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, your name and where you calling from? Minnesota. Your full name. Your full name. Not only G-Play, your full name. Okay.
So now when I got going here, Prodideko, Strong Creek, Grand Crew, Maryland, Grand Gire, at where we are at the other time, now we now have Bunabo. They Clara Giadipona, Atalia, we are doing Atalia, or sick, and I'm better. Atali, do we are now up Tabatali. Tabatali, Broya, Anyana Pona. No, you see, you want, I never labra, no. Be many Anyani, it up a day for a bride, you and your craftware. So now your point, now Badiam. There's one near the cleaner at Chone Puerto and amu pranim atari we akwa Joseph Boakai oka jema pankun anyi kran they are bruan they by cruel they are mutum by any jere wetu fuel tawa amamu yopo yin na o labra juna ori mu inte so dakwa na bad number ti amu na FBC de da ruo they awon na won mo anya pa juo na nya pa kem se wi apa ke Joseph Boakai na pa echo so ani na klina echo ne pue amune avote Joseph Boakai dakwa na bati.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend. Nelson, I think we're wrapping this up. You got to do your show. Are you with us, Nelson?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you got to do your show, and let me give you the time. I hope to have more time for our folks to call in and speak the data. We'll make some adjustment. We want to encourage every one of you. After Spoon Talk, we'll try to finish Spoon Talk 7 to get at least 2 hours. But people want to speak the data. Let me take this one. Let me take this last one. Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Your name and where are you calling from?
This is William Kendall calling from Canada.
William, which dialect are you speaking tonight?
I'm speaking Kisi.
Kisi, go ahead. Talk to your folks.
Kisi ala use, yulo kumbala use. Yani punya, yulo falu kendo ufuya. Teacher Kendo. Adinima kisia ndo na kisiani. Ketiri nduchu ni minchom na kala. Sinya na Joseph Boakai chu nyanonduli president. Minchom nundu kala. Da Butindu. Da Jeremiah Kun. Li president. La challenge kisia. La challenge. La balikali ni na yama. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're our last caller for tonight. We appreciate you. Nelson, thank you very much. This is how we like to leave you. We appreciate you. We say thank you for joining Spoon Talk. We remain the biggest, the greatest in the nation. We fear nothing, but we tell the president, we tell all his ministers the truth. We tell politicians what the Liberian people deserve of them. If anybody calls shortcut, we will tell you we are not perfect. But as we strive towards perfection, we pray to make our country better. May God bless each and every one of you. Those of you that have decided to call and speak to your old man, speak to your old pap, we say thank you. For those that were involved in the accident, including my own family, again to my sister, Grace, I say take heart. May God bless you. May God strengthen you. To the entire Witherspoon family, Bank family, to her husband, Mr. Bank, I say take heart. God is in control and God will see us through. This is what we do. It is appointed all to all men wants to die. But we are blessed to know God. As we will be ushered into his bosom, let's remember each and every one of us. Let's remember Liberia. Let's remember why we are fighting for a better Liberia, a better country. Please, you have to be part of this work. You have to be part of this work. You have to call. You have to speak your data to your people. Speak the Kisi, the Pere, the Loma, the Mandingo, the Mende, the Va, the Gribble, the Gio, the Man on the Crown, the Bassa, the Day, the Gola. You got to speak the data that God bless you with. And you got to tell your people that which is right. Let God bless us all. Let God keep us. Let God bless our country. Our heart is to Liberia. Our heart is to our people in Liberia. Those that do not have the opportunity to be where we are. That we can eat 3 times a day. That we can sleep with electricity, with air condition. That we can drink clean, good water. Let God bless our people, man. Think about Liberia. Think about our nation. Think about the schools. Think about the roads. Think about everything. You have a wonderful evening. And as you get ready to join the Midnight Politics, we want to say, please, don't forget. Appreciate Nelson. He's here every evening, allowing you guys to call. Appreciate it. I will be back, Nelson. I will join you guys to encourage your folks. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah. And my condolences to you again, CEO, and the rest of the family for the loss. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. God is in control. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so I will share the link with you shortly because I've already created it. But folks out there, we want to say thank you for participating on the show tonight. Thanks for your contribution in the comment section. Thanks for calling in. It's because of you that we're here, and we appreciate the fact that you embrace the work that the Spoon Network does for the Liberian people. We want to say thank you. You can join us tomorrow for another edition of the program Spoon Talk, or let's say today, since in fact it is already 1 a.m. in Liberia, 19 minutes past 1 a.m. here. Those of you in Liberia, you can join us tonight, 8 p.m. for the program Spoon Talk. And in other parts of the world where there's a difference in the time zone, you can join us tomorrow for another edition of Spoon Talk. Better still, we'll be coming back shortly with the program, The Late Night Politics on Spoon. I'm Nelson Colette. We've been live on Spoon FM, Fabric FM, Super FM. We've also been streaming live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, and also on YouTube at Spoon Talk Live. We thank all of you who always follow from the YouTube, from our handle on YouTube, that's Spoon Talk Live. You can search it. And so that in case you can follow on Facebook, you can just log onto YouTube, search for at Spoon Talk Live, and you'll be able to follow the program there as well. We say thank you, and we'll be right back for the Late Night Politics on Spoon.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band.